America's Voice and the AFPI presents Pulse of the People. America on the Brink. A live town hall event at the America First Warehouse on Long Island. Real American voices. Real American agenda. Real American data. Before and after the State of the Union, everyone else will hear from the pundits. We actually listen to the people. Pulse of the People. America on the Brink. Powered by Nucleus.
Patriots, welcome to this special report. We are live on Long Island. Whoa, look at this. Real American voices out in force. Ed Henry, Karen Turk. Normally you see us on American Sunrise, 8 a.m. Eastern. Karen, I feel like I could boil this down to two words. What's different from us and the other networks? Two words. We the people.
That's
three
words.
That's three. I feel like Joe Biden.
You do.
Are we going to have those kind of moments tonight?
I don't know. I think Joe Biden's going to have some of those moments tonight. I don't know about you.
Well, you heard Real American Voices, and that's you. And that's what will distinguish our coverage tonight. The Real American Agenda is a very important organization, the America First Policy Institute. Their executive director, Chad Wolf. Nice to see you, Mr. Secretary.
Good to see you.
We'll get some top-line thoughts in a moment. Yeah, let's hear it for him. Come on.
A lot of fans.
That's great. He served this country very well as Homeland Security Secretary. Maybe he'll get a second tour in an even bigger job someday. Who knows? The Chief Communications Officer, Mark Lauder, as well. We're going to hear from you in a moment. Real American data. Let's hear it for him. Come on. And Real American Data, you're going to hear from Brad Parscale, who was the sort of tech mastermind of the first Trump campaign in 2016. He's got this revolutionary technology, Karen, which is basically scooping up social media data and then using artificial intelligence, AI, to sort of predict how people may vote, looking at their reaction to the big State of the Union tonight. And this could revolutionize and be more important than public polling in terms of politics. It's interesting.
It really is. The title of the show tonight is Pulse of the People. And this is truly a pulse of the people between the Real American voices we're going to hear from in this state. It's going to be really incredible to know what's really happening.
Absolutely. So let's take a quick poll. Who wants to hear from Joe Biden tonight? Whoa, wait. There's nobody? Okay. What about the official Republican response from the governor of Arkansas, Sarah Sanders? All right. Well, you're going to hear that as well, Patriots out there. But guess what? Our own John Solomon, you heard from John Solomon and Amanda Head in a little while. We got our whole team out tonight in full force. A few hours here of pregame and then all the speeches. We already have the unofficial response. That came from, do you want to hear this? President Donald Trump. John Solomon got the scoop. The other networks are waiting until after Joe Biden's address. We have it first. Here is what Donald Trump is saying tonight. Here we go.
Here's the real State of the Union. Over the past 2 years under Biden, millions and millions of illegal aliens from 160 different countries have stormed across our southern border. Drug cartels are now raking in billions of dollars from smuggling poison to kill our people and to kill our children. Savage killers, rapists, and violent criminals are being released from jail to continue their crime wave. And under Biden, the murder rate has reached the highest in the history of our country. But the good news is we are going to reverse every single crisis, calamity, and disaster that Joe Biden has created.
You know, and it's interesting, Karen, I covered a lot of State of the Union addresses. You go, you like that?
There you go.
And every president, Democrat or Republican, comes out and the State of our Union is strong. Pretty hard for Joe Biden to say that right now.
I don't know how he's going to say it, but you know they're going to twist it some sort of way because he gets up there and he lies and lies and lies again, bold-faced lies to the American people.
Well, the New York Post today said there's going to be 6 key lies. And we talked to Mark Lauder, and I said to him this morning, Chad, how do they stop at 6? There's going to be a lot. But you're looking at this big picture. You used to be Homeland Security Secretary. You got a bigger portfolio now. We see not just the border in crisis, as Donald Trump said. China is making us a laughingstock with how they're treating the Biden administration. You have an economy with inflation at its worst level in 40 years. You've got big, bold policy plans at the America First Policy Institute. How do we bring this great country back? What are your thoughts?
Well, first it starts with policy, and policy may not be interesting to a lot of folks, but that's how you turn this around, right? We've seen what the Biden administration has done, whether it's energy, whether it's the economy, whether it's the border, or even some national security issues overseas. We know what the power of getting the right policies are in place. And so what we've done at the America First Policy Institute is we put out a bold and America First agenda. It's got over 300 different policy recommendations that lawmakers and others around the country can take to get this country back on track. We know what works. We saw that in the last administration. We just got to get back to that some way.
Yeah, we've got Republicans and America First lawmakers running the House now. There's a big difference tonight, by the way. Nancy Pelosi will not be up there behind the president. What do you think about that? They're going to have Speaker Kevin McCarthy. A lot of patriots fired up about that. Mark, I want your top line thoughts, because the White House is putting out this message. Their narrative is Joe Biden's going to come out tonight and try and unite the country. I feel like it's Groundhog Day. I've heard this 600 times. He never does it. He divides us.
And it doesn't work. I mean, you can't attack half the country, extreme MAGA Republicans or whatever he wants to call them, and then say, I'm a uniter. But you also can't stand up there tonight and talk about how this great economy is when people can't afford eggs, when they're struggling to put gasoline in their tank, or wondering what is being taught to their kids in school. I mean, this is the thing that divides us. It's not just the name calling. They've been calling us names for decades. It's the policies that divide us. It's sicking people against it, and I think that's the big issue tonight.
Chad, on that point, when we see, it started maybe with mama bears, but then we heard about papa bears as well, right? Karen,
absolutely.
as a mom?
Yeah.
At the school board level, it's not just about the president anymore. It's not just about the Congress. People at the grassroots level are saying they're sick and tired of it. Talk about how you mesh that with these policy plans you're talking about, because ultimately it is about the people.
Well, I think most Americans, most reasonable Americans, are tired of this radical agenda that this administration has embarked on for 2 years. And we saw that whether you're looking at the election in Virginia with the governor there, and that was really about empowering parents to take back control of what their children are being taught in school. So I think you've got to be very targeted about this, and you've got to lay this out for the American people. But I think it starts with a fundamental realization, which is I'm going to put Americans first when I think about these public policy issues. What's best for the American people, whether it's on the border, whether it's in schools, whether it's for the economy, healthcare policy and the like. It goes down the board. And that's what this administration is not doing time and time again. Yeah. It's time to put Americans first. And again, we saw that in the last administration. That's what we need to get this country back on track.
I'd add election integrity as well. And yeah, absolutely applaud that, because it's important.
Absolutely.
Hogan Gidley from America First Policy Institute. Hogan Gidley, you remember him from the White House press shop under Donald Trump, will be in North Carolina with the people as well. He's with the America First Policy Institute. He leads their election integrity efforts. That's a big issue we need to talk about.
The key difference is listening to the people. That's why we're doing this tonight, and that's what the administration continues to do, is not listen to the people. We need an administration. We need the administration back like Donald Trump, who listened to people. He worked for we the people. We don't have that anymore. That's been lost in this country, and people are very upset about it. They want to take this country back.
We're going to start hearing from some people in the crowd, but Mark, why don't you tee us up with that and follow up on Karen. How do you connect those policies that Chad's talking about that are so important about America First, beyond any one candidate, beyond any one president, beyond any one Congress, about bringing it back to the people?
Well, the one great thing is the policies worked. And people know it. They may not have loved everything that happened or how things were said all the time. Many did, many didn't. But the policies worked. And so the great thing about the America First Policy Institute, the America First Agenda, it does not matter who the candidate is that emerges from the primaries. The one thing we know is they're running on Trump policies. So they might put their own smile and spin on it, but it'll be Trump policies, and we're there to provide the blueprint of how to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to hear from people in the room in just one moment. Let's hear from Brad Parscale first. He taped a little backgrounder for us on what we're going to hear about this important real-time data that's going to give us an idea of exactly what the pulse of the people is. Let's take a look.
Hello, I'm Brad Parscale, former Trump campaign manager and digital director of the 2016 campaign, and the founder of Campaign Nucleus. Tonight, you're going to see some of the most amazing new technology and artificial intelligence that's going to replace polling in the future across the country. The AI tracker actually goes across the web and it scrapes for information everywhere. So as we take all that data in, we're actually to look at the collective thoughts of America. So instead of measuring output, which is calling people, emailing them, texting them and saying, hey, how do you feel about the ballot? How do you feel about this candidate? We now can use artificial intelligence to scour the web, get all the data in, and actually predict what people will decide. We were predicting better than what they were saying. So they would say, hey, this would be within 1.5 points. We were down to 0.2%. For example, a lot of people were wrong in the Mastriano race in Pennsylvania. We predicted it within almost 0.2% of the actual results, which is just astronomical for having no polling and actually using only artificial intelligence to predict how Pennsylvanians were going to vote. Public polling still has its use. The problem is it's getting more and more difficult to get humans to actually answer questions, pick up the phone, do things. When polling really begun, most of us had home landlines. You sat around the kitchen table, someone called and said, hey, tell us what you think. Well, those days have come and gone. Most people aren't answering phone calls. All of the spam phone calls, all the things we get, we're not answering the phone. So the problem is public polling would work if we got a true sample size. But if we have to understand that that's gone now. People aren't doing that. So artificial intelligence brings in an affordable way to actually figure out what people would say. And that cost is dramatically lower because the costs have gotten so high to get someone to answer a 30-minute question and get enough people to answer 30 minutes worth of questions. On this, people are naturally already giving us their opinions all over the web. People are already telling us how they think. And by using artificial intelligence, understanding what we consume and how we make decisions, we're now actually able to predict those elections. Having that much data, that much understanding of everything that's occurring, in theory, what you're doing is you're going into a state, you're dropping a thermometer like in a pool, and you're measuring the people because you have every single molecule of water being measured at the same time. This technology is significant for conservatives because it dramatically lowers the cost of pulling in information and knowledge for candidates in the country. Tonight during the State of the Union, you'll see that in real time. We'll be measuring Joe Biden's opinion across America. However, now this technology is becoming so more affordable. It'll be helpful for candidates all across the spectrum, including presidential candidates, so that we actually understand what the American people want to hear, not what the left and the media tells you should be hearing. The better we get at this, the more we'll actually really have an opinion of the heartbeat of America and how it's thinking. I think that the left has controlled the media narrative through framing that is completely tries to shove a opinion that's actually a 20% approval rating, like it's an 80% approval. We see this every day. This takes that voice out. New York Times can't impact this. America has the real voice, and now we can measure it without their bias. Tonight, for the first time ever during the State of the Union, we're going to use the same artificial intelligence to track the opinions of Americans in real time about President Joe Biden.
So there you have it. That's how we're going to try to track the real-time data. So many great patriots here. And it's interesting because what Brad Parscale is talking about, Mark, to you first. You've got this very interesting survey from Scott Rasmussen, the very distinguished pollster, that's saying, you know, you got Pete Buttigieg out there, the transportation secretary, this weekend saying, well, the reason why Joe Biden is not so popular is we've accomplished so much, we can't explain it all. And yet Scott Rasmussen's gone out there and actually talked to the people, and that's what we're going to do with this data. And they're saying, no, it's because we don't like this president.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, the Democrats love to say they have a messaging problem. They don't. They have a policy problem. Their policies don't work. And so according to the Scott Rasmussen polling from just last week, so this is new, this is very fresh, Joe Biden is underwater. He is more unfavorable than favorable in every major section of our country,
whether it's the key battleground state.
And well, this is nationally. So this is a national poll, and so we look at it's the economy, immigration, homeland security, national security, education, negative, 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 negative. Tough to convince the American people that they're on the right track when all of that is negative.
Do they really care about pleasing the American people, though, when it comes down to it? Because it seems like the policies are not in line with what Americans want. How do we get back? I mean, what do we do now? We're stuck in the middle right now. Where's that optimism? Where's that hope?
Well, I think we see it unfolding every day. We saw, yes, it wasn't the wave that we wanted in November, but we see it in winning school board elections in Florida, winning the governor's race in Virginia, flipping school boards, flipping control of state legislatures, because so much of what is going to happen is going to start at the states. And I think once people can see that we've got the ideas that work, all we have to do is get back to them.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden, and I've said this before, Joe Biden is not a hypothetical president anymore. He was in 2020. He is a real president with a real record. It's not a good one. Now he gets to defend
And
it.
Chad, to Karen's point as well, like how could you be pushing like defund the police and other things and think it's going to be popular with real Americans?
Well, it's not popular. And I think we see that, obviously, the polls and the survey shows that. And so the question is, what do you do about that, right? And so we have a new House majority that's actually going to shine some light and do some real oversight work. For 2 years, this administration has essentially gotten a pass, hasn't had to explain why are they doing this? Why have they taken the most secure border in our history and turned it into the worst border that we have ever seen in our history? How can you make America...
People think it's on purpose, by the way.
Well,
people think it's because they want to bring in
America
people who are
laughs.
illegal, who are going to vote for Democrats. They want to give them free stuff. They want to trash this economy.
I think there's a little bit of truth into that. So I think there's a number of things that we can talk about, but really it's how do we get the American people and the American economy back on track? And you need a blueprint to do that. And again, the great patriots that I work with at America First Policy Institute, we have that blueprint. We've put it out there for folks to implement, a new House majority, but also in the state houses. A lot of this reform and a lot of this change, particularly when we talk about election integrity and some of these other key issues that are really driving this, there's going to come from the states first, and then we're going to look at doing something in 25.
What do you think of that blueprint? You get around that? All right. Sounds like you got some fans here, so we're going to talk more about that as we peel the onion all night long. In the meantime, let's go live to Denver to our colleague Terrence Bates. You see him every morning on American Sunrise with us. Terrence, first of all, good evening, not good morning. Why don't you dive a little deeper first? I hope you got a little nap. I hope you're rested. I hope you're ready to stay with us all
You're
night.
always teasing him about the naps.
Well, he needs to get some of his rest. He needs to get his rest. Terrence, tell us a little bit more about what Brad Parscale is telling us and how you're going to try to track this during Joe Biden's speech. Good evening.
Hey, guys, good evening. I did not get a nap, so I did literally wake up like this. Is how I looked. So what we're going to be able to do throughout this entire evening is truly track in real time the pulse of the people. We're going to be able to give you real America's voice in real time. Let me show you how all this works. Take a look at your screen here, folks. So this is a system that we're using. This is artificial intelligence that's able to scrape the internet for all kinds of information. It's taking this information from Nevada, Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Arizona, and Georgia, 7 key battleground states. All of this information from those states is being scrapped together and then computed in order to give you the big issues that people are talking about real time, and also whether they have a favorable or unfavorable rating of those particular issues. So right now, at this very moment, the 2024 candidates tops the list. That's what everybody or the majority of people in these states is talking about, followed by border security, China, taxation, and jobs. So those are the top 5 issues. What we're going to be able to do here throughout the day, particularly as more and more people start to join us, and particularly as these speeches go, we're going to be able to show you on the bottom line, you see it there at the bottom of your screen, we're going to be able to show you specifically what the values are. So, for instance, right now, when it comes to the 2024 candidates, 53% of people responding, of people talking about this issue on the internet, have a negative view of the 2024 candidates and what they have to choose from. When it comes to border security, probably no surprise to you, 64% have negative or unfavorable impressions of the issue compared to only 36%. When it comes to China, again, 63% negative favorability, 37% have a positive view of the policies currently in this country relative to China. Taxation, obviously a big issue, particularly as we move closer to tax day. 52%, actually that just changed with taxation. It just dropped down 53% favorable rating, but that issue just dropped down with jobs now coming up. So again, this is all real time. You may have seen it happen there on your screen, but guys, we're going to be able to monitor all of this real time. So quite literally, as we're speaking, what people are talking about very well may change, and the issues that maybe the president and the Republican response are addressing, those very well may be different from the issues that America is talking about, and we're going to be able to track that for you real time.
Good stuff, Terrence. Looking forward to seeing you all night long. Sorry you didn't get a nap, but maybe we'll get a little rest during the Biden speech. Some people could be falling asleep during the Biden speech, right?
Joe Biden might fall asleep.
This is what I've got to keep me up. I've got my big old bottle of Mountain Dew, so I'm here all night. I'm ready for it.
Terrence? That man is always prepared. He must have been a Boy Scout. You know, the bottom line, Karen, is you can talk all day about a low unemployment rate, but if real wages are down, the White House keeps saying wages are up, and they're not because of this inflation. It's crippling families.
But who cares what they say? We know how we feel. The people at home know how they feel. Everybody in this room knows how they feel when they go home and afford to buy groceries.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows that pinch and how they're feeling right
All
now.
right, let's dig deeper then on the economy. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Linda McMahon, she is the chairwoman of the board at the America First Policy Institute. There she is. We'll hear her view, the real State of the Union, if you will, and then we'll hear from more real American voices right here in the room with David Zier. He's here live on Long Island. He's got some real American voices after a quick break. Patriots, welcome back to this special report. We are live on Long Island, big State of the Union night, but it's not about Joe Biden tonight. It is about the people, real American voices, Karen.
We got them here in this warehouse. The America's First warehouse is packed tonight.
It is beautiful. A lot of great Patriots. Hey, look at that. A lot of energy, a lot of excitement. Wow. I got to tell you, this is great. And you're going to hear from some of these real American voices, I promise, in just a moment with our own David Zier. But I want to bring in a VIP, a very important person right now. She is the chairwoman of the board at the America First Policy Institute, my friend, Linda McMahon. There she is. Linda, it's so great to see you. I remember interviewing you when you were launching the AFPI a few years ago, and look where you are now. This organization is growing. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Coming to you live from the nation's capital. Happy to be here in D.C. in our AFPI headquarters.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry you're in the swamp. There are a lot of people here who want to drain that swamp, and I know you're in the middle. Yeah, what do you think about that? Is that a good idea? There you go. Linda, you, of course, were the administrator of the Small Business Administration, did a great job of building up small businesses in this country. What's your thoughts about the real State of the Union, about the state of the economy tonight?
Well, I can tell you the state of the economy, I'm afraid, is not how the president may portray it when he comes on. And there is a couple of things I want to debunk, right off the bat, too. When the president talks about he inherited an economy that was in free fall, was not a strong economy, that is so wrong. The economy was coming back strong after COVID. We were seeing so much improvement. It was on the right track. And inflation was at 1.4%. And so when the president says he inherited inflation spiraling out of control, that's so totally not true. I mean, inflation spiraled out of control up to about 9.1% since he's been president. So he touts that it's coming down. But hopefully, yes, it is coming down. It's time for it to come down because we can't maintain it, that high. But, we can
Yeah.
talk about facts and figures. We can do all of that. But basically, the American public, the moms and dads who go to the grocery store, who put gasoline in their car, they know what's happening with the economy. And if wages are going up, wages aren't increasing as fast, as inflation is eating away at those wages. And so they're still in the hole. And that's the facts about what's happening with our economy. We just have to understand it's hitting the pocketbooks of everyday Americans, and it's very real, and that's what they feel.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they feel in this room. And I think the American people are tired of being lied to, and they're going to be lied to again tonight by Joe Biden.
Yeah, Linda, you mentioned wages. It's such an important issue because the White House press secretary was out there today, Jean-Pierre, sort of previewing the message from Joe Biden and saying wages are up, things are so good, inflation is coming down. To your point, when inflation is at a 40-year high, there's only one way to go, which is back down. And they keep saying they had inherited it from you and Donald Trump. And in fact, inflation was at like 1.4% when you check the numbers when Donald Trump was leaving office. What gives here?
Well, if you look at what the Federal Reserve says, that 2% inflation is kind of the peak rate. That is full employment and a strong economy. So 1.4 even had a better economy when Joe Biden took office. So he's, his spending policies have increased inflation. The things that he did, shutting down the pipelines, not keeping ourselves energy independent, all of those things, resulted in higher prices. Inflation is growing, and he's just not telling the truth about that. That's just the plain fact. He's not telling the truth.
Yep.
Yeah, and it seems like it's more than not telling the truth. It seems like it's just lies. And these numbers, you're giving real numbers, real facts. And tonight we're going to see the people, we're going to hear what they have to hear, and we have real-time data that shows what they think, even though big tech and this administration are bold-faced lying to them. How do we get the American people to listen to organizations like AFPI? Where do they need to tune in? They can't go to the mainstream media. They can come to Real America's Voice. But what do they need to do to mobilize at home?
Well, they certainly can go to AFPI's website. We're clearly out there every day texting. We're reaching them through social media. We have lots of ways that they can connect with AFPI. We are out there talking to the American public. We're grassroots. We're on the ground. We're in the states. We're working with state legislatures with their policies. This is a think tank. It's a policy tank, but it's a do tank. And we're helping, on the ground with different policies because each state is different. And I know Chad said a little earlier that it really does start with the states. And so we want to provide their research for them. We want to help them with their policies. And we're having great success working in different states, helping with those. We were very pleased to just recently work with Governor Kim Reynolds in Iowa with her education, choice policies and getting that passed. And so we're very, very active in moving policy for the economy, for education, for defense. We have such a good head of our Homeland Security Center, who is Chad Wolf, who clearly knows as much or more about that than anyone. So we've got a strong group here at AFPI.
All right, you certainly do. It's very interesting. The power of the people and the America First Policy Institute is certainly trying to tap that. Good to see such a prominent female leader taking the helm there. Linda McMahon, we look forward to talking to you in the days ahead, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the year as we fact-check Joe Biden tonight and see the real State of the Union. Linda, thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much for having me.
All right, we appreciate it. Linda McMahon doing a great job there at AFPI. Why don't we check in? It was teed up perfectly, as you mentioned. We're going to hear from Real American Voices. I think I see our correspondent David's here on the second stage over there with some Real American. Do I see Sean Lucas, a friend of American Sunrise over there? Good evening, David.
Hey, how are you? And just remember that great crowd. Real American Voices. These people are awesome here. They always are. And just remember the labor participation rate, is the lowest since it's the 90s. It was 67%. It's 62% now. 8 million less jobs. Sean Lucas, get her chat buddy, watches America Sunrise every day. Real American Voice. Why do you watch RAV?
Real news, real Americans, real stuff. No fluff.
That's great. Now, you came all the way from Trenton, 3.5 hours. 2 hours of that on the GW Bridge, right?
Oh, my gosh, I was pulling my hair out.
Well, you made a long trek. So you just joined the Republican Party recently as a committeeman, right? So why did you do that?
In my local town. I want to get involved. I had a call to action, and as a young man special to my family said, YOLO, you only live once. So,
And you don't like what you see. You have crime there in Trenton, not so much in your town, but right in Trenton there. And you've got a lot of, a lot of drugs, and you've got illegal aliens, right?
yes, you have a lot of, even Trenton's encroaching into Hamilton, and it's horrible what's going on.
Yeah. We also have another Sean with us. We have Sean King. And Sean King is a local entrepreneur in the car market, and he once told me that nobody comes in looking for an electric car to drag a log cabin up a mountain, right?
No, listen, I'm a combustion engine guy. I'm going to hang on to my combustion engines until I'm not a Tesla fan. I don't know where this is coming from, but it seems like it's getting forced on us from the top down. And the electric cars that we've delivered so far, we can't. There's a constraint on them. We can't get the chips. We can't get the lithium.
But they told you have to buy one.
Well, no, we're all going to have to buy them. They're gonna fit. California is outlawed combustion engines by 2030. They no more combustion engines. And then the environmental effect, the digging for this lithium and digging for the copper and digging for is going to be astronomical. It's going to have a devastating effect.
Really quick. So 16% of the cars that are leased in the United States, according to Steve Cortez, are over $1,000 a month. People have to buy lesser car now, right?
Well, on Long Island, it's 80%. Leasing is huge in New York. New York started the leasing market. Yeah, you're coming in. What your monthly payment paid for 3 years ago is that you're getting much less car now. The interest rates, the residuals, everything that's crashing, that's affecting the price of gas, everything that's affecting the people that are coming in. Their budgets are getting stretched by another necessity that the price is going through the roof.
Yeah, and we know incomes are down $7,500 a year in the United States right now. All right. I want to thank both Seans. We got a great crew here. I want to come up and speak later. And back to you, Ed and Karen.
All right. Some great American patriots, some real American voices. If you want to come up and talk, get some things off your mind, tell us what you think about the State of the Union, the real State of the Union, why don't you line up over there by David's ear? We'll get you on in a few moments. In the meantime, Karen, we still have Mark Lauder here. I think Linda McMahon was making such an important point. The White House was previewing this State of the Union today on all the networks in the mainstream media by saying wages are up. Technically, there's data that could support that. But as Linda said, if your paycheck's up slightly and your grocery bill's up a lot, and a lot more than your wages are not really growing. It's being eaten up by inflation.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's what we have seen all 2 years of the Biden presidency. I saw a stat that said that the average American family, it's cost them $9,300 a year because of inflation. So yes, you might be getting a raise, your paycheck might be going up, but when your grocery bills, your gas bills, your utility bills, when those eat that up, you're actually losing money. So really, each and every month that goes by, you're losing money, not getting a raise. Yeah.
It's that pain that we feel. We all feel it at home. We all have to say no to our kids over something, or, look at our bills differently than we had to. We thought coming out of COVID we were going to be okay, and it seems like it's just gotten worse and worse. I think what scares a lot of people here in the audience that it feels like it's so far off until 2024. Whoever we have as a candidate really has to push the agenda forward really quickly when they get into office. Are they going to be able to do that?
Well, it depends. Obviously, if we can get both houses of Congress and the White House, it makes it a lot easier. But, ultimately what we've got to realize is that, and I've said this, I joked about it before, our country had to survive Carter to get Reagan. So I think we are in another surviving moment. And
do you
maybe
think Joe Biden's worse than Carter, though?
in many respects, I think there are ways. But I think in many cases, what we've got to do is remind the American people that your vote matters. And whether you sat on the sidelines, whether you voted the other way because you didn't like a tweet or something along those lines, well, this is the result of that. They didn't make a secret of it. He said he was going to end American energy. We told you. I was on the 2020 campaign with Brad. And guess what? Now they're trying to do it, and we don't like the result.
But it's tough when the people can't feel like they can't trust the results, too, on top of it.
You talked about pain. It's pain at the pump, pain at the grocery store now. You mentioned eggs earlier. People are paying $7, $8 for a dozen eggs right now. That's several dollars more than it was.
I mean, what are we about, a month and a half from Easter, and parents having to wonder whether they can color eggs for their children because they can't afford them?
It's absolutely crazy. Mark Lauder is going to be with us all evening long. We're going to hit a quick break. We're going to get some more real American voices here on Long Island. We're also going to talk to John Solomon and Amanda Head live from Washington as we count down to the State of the Union. morning, Patriots. Welcome back to this special report live from Long Island. Look at all these beautiful Patriots. They are so fired up. They're not fired up for Joe Biden and the speech. I think they want to hear the responses, and they're fired up about taking back this country.
They're fired about America First. That's what they're fired up about. We got the America First Policy Institute. We're the America First warehouse. That's what
There
it's
you
all
go.
about
Joe
tonight.
the Box. He's right here. How about it? Yeah. They don't have enough American flags. They need to buy a few more American flags. Chad Wolf is still here, executive director of the America First Policy Institute. You know, Mark was saying there's always these headlines of a narrative that any White House puts out there. And he was saying one of the narratives today has been the Biden White House saying that law and order, in addition to police reform, after what we saw in Memphis, the George Floyd killing, we heard this after George Floyd, that there was going to be bipartisan police reform. You were around, and Congress didn't get it done. Now they say it's not just police reform, it's law and order. Where have I heard that before? I haven't heard Democrats push that. I heard the Trump administration pushing that, and the Democrats, these Democrat cities right now are overrun with crime. All of a sudden they're embracing law and order?
Well, I think this administration has a credibility problem when we talk about law and order. This is the same individuals that have attacked law enforcement officers, tried to defund law enforcement across the country. We saw that in 2020, and of course that continued over the last several years as well. So when they talk about police reform or criminal justice reform, I'm not really sure it's the police that needs reforming. It's their views on law enforcement. We need to be promoting law enforcement. Yes, you need to hold those that are doing wrong accountable, and we've seen that, whether you're talking about the George Floyd incident or what occurred in Memphis recently. We're going to hold those accountable that did not follow procedure. But at the end of the day, we need to be supporting our law enforcement officers. We need to talk about giving them more training, more leadership, better pay. These are things to do to continue to support our law enforcement officers. At the end of the day, this country is built on law and order. And if you don't respect that and you don't encourage that, like we've seen the left do time and time again, you're going to continue to have these incidents. So I think this administration has a real credibility problem when they say, oh, we're for law and order, when I think the vast majority of Americans know that that is not true.
Where was law and order, Karen, from Democrats during the BLM riots, for example?
It's only around when it's
It was only a couple
convenient for
years
them.
ago.
It's a
2.5
total
years ago.
false narrative. Absolutely.
Right? Mark, I'm also looking at, so I was messaging with Brad Parscale. We're talking about his real-time data, and he's reminding us that it's about approval of Biden on these issues and where the country stands. As a companion, we've been talking about Scott Rasmussen in his survey in the last week nationally on various issues. I'm looking at some of the fine print, and you shared the packet with me. This, in just a few words, please let us know in this survey what you consider to be the most important political issue right now. In this survey, 3% said climate change, and yet Joe Biden says this is the biggest national security threat we face. And actually, the people say only 3% that it's the most important issue. Talk about that disconnect.
And that's the problem they face, because all of the issues they keep identifying, the things they keep telling us are important, are not what's important in the minds of the American voters. They're actually trying to tell us, when you are our elected leaders, you are our voice, you're supposed to reflect what is important to us, not the other way around. And I think this is one of the big reasons why Biden is continuing to struggle with his disapproval, because there is that disconnect that you mentioned.
What do you think, Chad, on that point? You can follow up, but I mentioned this earlier. Pete Buttigieg, who wants to be president someday and will be cheering there as transportation secretary, he was absent during the beginning of the supply chain crisis. He's been missing in action as Southwest had problems. I thought, as transportation secretary, controlled the airspace. He seemed perplexed about what happened with the Chinese spy balloon. But he was asked, why is Joe Biden so unpopular? And he said, we've just accomplished so much. We can't explain it all. Is that the reason?
No, again, they don't. I think Mark mentioned this earlier. It's not a messaging problem they have. They have a policy problem. And you can't explain your way out of bad policy. And we see that time and time again. But whether it's the transportation secretary, the DHS secretary, pick your favorite or unfavorite secretary across this administration, they're absent from a variety of job duties and responsibilities, I would say. So Pete Buttigieg is not the first. It probably won't be the last of this administration. But I think it is interesting. This is an administration that has not fired anyone, has not released anyone, because of all of the bad decisions that they've made, the bad policies that they've implemented that have taken this country to where we are today. No one's being held accountable. And I think what you saw from the last administration was dramatically different. Yeah. The president was a businessman. If you didn't get the job done, he dismissed you and he went down to the next person. And I think the American people want that. They want some accountability from their leaders, and they want people to make some hard choices.
Important point.
And we just don't see that today. And, like I said, pick your cabinet member. They're not being held accountable to put the interest of the American people first. Instead, it's this radical agenda they continue to pursue.
But you have somebody who's leading the country who's mentally absent, and then you have all these other people that are absent from their jobs. I mean, it's just a reflection of the leadership. Isn't it surprising that they would even put somebody like Joe Biden in office as make him their candidate because he is so absent? But is that what's making it work for them? They want somebody that they can just puppet and control?
Well, I think President Biden came. He obviously won an election where he didn't really show up for it, and that's because of COVID and a variety of other reasons. So I think this next time around will be very interesting. You can't hide in the basement. You can't do these certain things. The American people want to hear from you, and I think every time they do hear from him, whether it's at the White House podium or somewhere else that they put him and put a teleprompter in front of, they don't like what they hear. They don't like what they hear because they don't like the policies that he is prescribing and announcing. They're unpopular. We've seen it with the polling, the surveys, time and time again. They're unpopular with the American people. And I think this White House and this administration is really struggling with that because they're trying to satisfy that far left of their wing and that radical agenda that they think they have to pursue, while at the same time, they're looking at poll numbers and sort of the sentiment out there, and they're saying, we've got a big credibility problem here.
Talking about credibility in terms of these classified documents seem to pop up in every home that Joe Biden owns, every garage, next to every Corvette. You were the Homeland Security Secretary. Let's get it on the table. Did you bring any classified documents? Were they in any boxes marked very, very important, as we saw with Joe Biden?
No, I had I took my fair share of classified documents home in a safe. Look, I've handled a lot of classified documents in my life. They are clearly marked. This idea that they're somehow in the Penn Biden Center and then they're in a beach house, they're in different houses over the course of his Senate career, then his vice president career. It makes no sense to me. You literally have to take steps to somehow get those classified documents out of whatever setting you're in and get them into your house and put them in boxes and have them remain there.
What about the prospect of his son maybe selling these secrets in the laptop chat?
So many ties there.
There's information he sent to business partners that seems to have come from classified information. This is serious stuff.
Well, it's deadly serious. And this idea, I think we all make kind of fun of how did the classified documents get to boxes in a garage? And that is serious enough, but the real serious question is who had access to these documents, wherever it was in the garage or the Penn Biden Center or wherever else. That is the key issue, is who had access to those documents, because if they are classified in nature, then obviously the vice president or the president, depending on what time period we're looking at, really was the only one that should have had access to them. And if he didn't, that's the real question that I think most Americans want to hear.
Well, it seems like Hunter probably had some access to them based on the news reports that we've seen and the emails that look like they were cut and copied that don't match his normal frame of speech.
And one of the things I think is also really important is for 3.5 years, from 6 months after his leaving the vice presidency till he became the nominee of the Democrat Party in 2020, his house was not under Secret Service protection. He had no protection. The documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago, that house was under lock and key by the United States Secret Service every day since Donald Trump became president, and even after he left president. But obviously, anyone could walk up, sell some Girl Scout cookies, and rummage through the garage and see if you find some classified documents.
Well, that took a turn. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, and as president, he had the right to declassify the documents. As vice president, Joe Biden did not.
Correct.
That's also true, yeah.
And Chad was just talking a moment ago about accountability. Are you hopeful? Because you were saying nobody in the cabinet has been held accountable. One of your successors as Homeland Security Secretary, Mayorkas, may be impeached by the House Republicans. How confident are you there'll be accountability for Mayorkas and maybe for Hunter Biden with Comer and Jordan and some of these investigations? Will it be Washington noise, or are we going to get to the bottom and hold people accountable?
No, I think the new majority, I think they're serious about their oversight responsibilities. They understand that the American people want some answers. They haven't gotten those answers for 2 years. And so we already started seeing some of these oversight hearings occurring. We saw a border oversight hearing today talking to Border Patrol agents about the crisis on the border. And they verified what we already know, which is this crisis is out of control. The president's policies are driving people to that border, and it's unsustainable at the end of the day. And so what we've seen along that southwest border is impacting people in this room here on Long Island and elsewhere. And I think there's a lot of accountability and a lot of answers that Secretary Mayorkas is going to have to answer over the next couple of months.
Will he be impeached?
Well, I think they're certainly trending towards that. And I think there's a high likelihood because there are enough concerns about the way he's done his job, whether or not he has lied to the American people, but most importantly to Congress. And I think from what I've seen, he has done that. He's not been nearly as transparent as he should or as clear as he should. I've held that job. And when you answer those questions in front of Congress, you have to be very specific with your answers and your wording because you are under oath. And he has not been that way. And I think the American people are tired of it.
Are you tired of it? You ready for some accountability or what? All right. I thought so. What about the issue of election fraud? We talk about the border. That's important. I see David Zier has a Real American, Marley Hornick, a friend of ours, who talks a lot about election integrity. David, take it away.
Oh, so Molly Hornick here from the New York Citizens Audit has done so much hard work to get your arms around where fraud took place, how we can protect it going forward. What do you think? What's going on?
Well, I want to address this issue that climate change is a national security issue. I think the people of New York and the people of America would like to know why Biden's DOJ is not investigating the material breach of the New York State voter database that New York Citizen Audit has uncovered the evidence for. We have the receipts. We want to know, who is it? Is it a foreign power? Or is it a domestic enemy that's manipulating the New York State voter database and added 750,000 fake votes in 2020?
Yeah, let me just ask you, there's so many great people that come through the warehouse here, all different, types of people and what they're involved in. It's really amazing. Tell our viewers where they can find the Citizens Audit. I think it's an important issue here.
Yes, you can find us at auditny.com. We have a lot of information there detailing our investigation and detailing our findings, our forensic evidence in the New York State voter database.
Yeah, and speaking of security, international security also, Elena Rusifa, who's an amazing artist, sold artwork to Donald Trump. So, Elena, how are you today?
I'm perfect. I'm in the States, still free country. Thank God.
So you lived under communism. You grew up under communism. Why did you come to the United States?
I was chasing my dream. I just love this country. I fell in love since I came here first time, and I wanted to live here.
Do you like the way the J6ers are being treated?
It reminds me history of USSR, actually, when people just try to say no to government and they got jailed and they just disappear from life for good and all.
Yeah, go to the Gulag Archipelago, right? Yeah. Does it make you angry that there's soccer fields for Al-Qaeda, but our guys are in there for 16 months with no trials?
It's not only about makes me angry, it scares me till death because I see where this country is rolling down. It's like straight to, highway to the hell. Because it's totally wrong. Your government just take policy, communistic policy, and try to incorporate here in this country. And people who think that communism is about equality, yes, it is. Everybody is equally poor and equally freeless, and speechless.
Yeah, and these kids don't get it. They preach socialism, they learn it in college, and then they go borrow their parents' $100,000 Range Rover, right?
Yeah, in theory. They know how it looks in theory. If they want to practice it, I can arrange one trip.
All right, well, you heard it here. More Real American Voices. We got more coming for you, Ed and Karen.
All right. David Zier, we appreciate you as always. We're going to hit a quick break, and on the other side, we'll have John Solomon, Amanda Head, some key members of our team as this coverage of the State of the Union rolls on with Real American Voices. Parker, do you want to do a break soon? Good evening, Patriots. Welcome back to this special report. Sometimes you lose a little bit of energy. People are just getting more and more fired up as the hours go on here. They're excited to see, maybe not Joe Biden, but they want to see Sarah Sanders. And we're going to talk about Donald Trump and the unofficial response he's already given.
I'm excited about hearing from them.
Did you see that Donald Trump is saying on Truth Social that he will be live posting all night? He's going to provide his running commentary. Chad, you've been in the White House with Donald Trump. He speaks off the cuff. He's going to be blunt.
Well, absolutely. And I think that's, again, what the American people loved about the president. You knew exactly what he was thinking. You didn't have to go through, 2 or 3 press secretaries. You didn't have to wonder what he was thinking. You didn't have to say, well, he's been absent for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I wonder what's going on. He communicated with the American people real time every single day. And so, look, you may not love him or you may love him, but you knew exactly what his position was, and he didn't kind of beat around the bush and say, well, I may do this. He told you what he was going to do, and then he delivered on those promises time and time again. And so for someone that was able to work for him for all 4 years, it was refreshing. You knew exactly where the president wanted to go, and he gave you the license and the ability to get there.
People miss that.
They do. And, he was out on the ground talking to people. The rallies bring a lot of energy. We've never really seen a president, Mark, who's gone out there and talked to the people one-on-one. He needs to get it back out there and start doing that again.
I'll tell you, and I was on the 16 campaign and the 20 campaign, I have never in my lifetime, and I've been doing politics for a long time, seen anyone that if you give me 48 hours notice, I could put 25, 30,000 people into arena. And usually it fades the second time around, and it got stronger. We were bringing out even more people.
Are you saying Joe Biden can't get a crowd?
We might be able to get 25 or 30, but not 25 or 30,000.
We used to do those drive-through events during COVID. Very interesting. Let's bring in John Solomon and Amanda Head. They're live in Washington right now. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. How are you?
We're great. And, John, you had that scoop getting ahead of the rest of the media in terms of Donald Trump's response. So we know what he's saying about Joe Biden. But it's interesting. You and Amanda were talking during Just the News, No Noise, that Biden's own people seem to be stepping on his message today. Chad Wolf mentioned a moment ago there was this big border security hearing on Capitol Hill today, and you had Border Patrol agents saying this border is not secure, just the opposite of what Joe Biden has been saying and is likely to say tonight. Your thoughts?
Yeah, listen, it started at 8 o'clock in the morning when the administration announced we had the worst trade deficit in American history. They chose today to announce that, $1 trillion trade deficit, the worst in American history. That steps on the president's economic message. A few minutes later, the Fed chairman got out there and said, you know what, inflation's going to be around for a long time. It's going to be a bumpy ride. It's not going to be a good economy for the next couple of years. Then right after that, the labor secretary chose today to announce he's bailing out in the cabinet and going to the greener pastures of the NHL. Then the border hearing began with some amazing testimony from these two border chiefs, which I know Chad was just talking about, and literally undercutting everything that the president and the Homeland Security Secretary said throughout the day. You couldn't have a worse messaging. If Republicans didn't say anything tonight, the counter-programming was already written for them by the Biden administration.
Yeah, I think if I could borrow a line from the millennial generation's late 90s phase, no duh. That's what it kind of feels like so much of this is. A lot of what you were just articulating that happened today, and with respect to everything happening at the border and inflation, so many Americans, I think, when they hear those types of policy points or that data and that information, they think to themselves, well, yeah. And then, this week you had Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg out there with the sentiment that, in layman's terms, you silly peasants, you just don't understand how good you have it. And it seems like that's an attitude that permeates all the way to the top. And for President Biden, it's going to be hard, I think, for him to articulate to the American people why they should give him another shot in 2024. I mean, this is basically his first night of campaign stumping for himself. It's going to be hard for him to make that case, I think.
Yeah, no, and I think the President Trump's video, just one thing I want to mention, it reminds us of what sort of economy and security and national world standing we had just a few short years ago. And the Census Department actually helped him on that today. Of all days, they put out today, the poverty rates in America went down, not under Joe Biden, Under Donald Trump, that came out today too. Literally, the contrast between the Trump record, which Chad was such a big part of and Mark was such a big part of, and the Biden record, you couldn't have more contrast.
Well, and look, it's not just these overarching issues pertaining to the economy and border security and things like that. It's the acute instances, like with the spy balloon. I just saw poll results from Convention of States with Trafalgar Group, where 60% of Americans think that Biden's handling of that instance alone makes us look weak on the world stage. So it's not just the broader issues, it's also instance by instance what happens under this administration, and it's just mishandling every day.
All right, John and Amanda, stay right there. We're going to hit a quick break. We're going to reset. We got a brand new hour coming up as we lead up not just to the State of the Union, but a big, big Republican response from the new governor of Arkansas, Sarah Sanders. That's coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're live on Long Island, America First Warehouse. Good evening, Patriots. Welcome back to this special report. We are live on Long Island. How about that? The America First Warehouse, Karen.
I think your live is even more lively tonight with this live studio audience.
I'm from Long Island. We're going to promote it. We got some great people. Do we have any Patriots out there tonight? Do we have anyone that supports the America First agenda out here tonight? Wow, people are standing now. We have Chad Wolf and Mark Lauder from the America First Policy Institute. We're going to talk to David Zier, one of our great correspondents, in a moment with some real American voices. You're going to hear at the other network some pundits tonight talking about the State of the Union. We actually have the people. And one of the things the people will be talking about, one of the things, Chad, will be national security, of course. And any president gets up there, commander-in-chief, they get a chance in prime time to really kind of grab the nation by the lapels. And there was this media narrative recently that, Joe Biden maybe did better with Congress. He had more accomplishments than we gave him credit for. And then this China spy balloon comes up and just overshadows everything. You go back to Afghanistan, you look at Ukraine, which has now been almost mission creep, this fear that we're going to be sending our young men and women in uniform over to Ukraine. And they lied and told us, first of all, we would not send offensive tanks. And now we're sending them. There's been this mission creep. What are your thoughts about Biden on the world stage right now?
Well, I think there's a lot of disappointment when it comes to President Biden specifically, but on national security issues and foreign policy issues, it's probably right up there. Time and time again, his instincts are completely wrong. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, right? The mantra is almost on every major foreign policy issue over the last couple of decades. President Biden has been incorrect. And so when we talk about the Chinese spy balloon, which we were talking about earlier, that just goes, it's just another part of the narrative where he doesn't seem to get it right. What he should have done as soon as it was detected in U.S. airspace is to bring it down. Instead, he seems to be beholden to military leadership, which is not how the chain of command works, right? President tells the military what actions to take, and they take it.
He told us he ordered the military on Wednesday to shoot it down. They didn't do it till Saturday. What happened? You've been in the cabinet meetings. You've been inside the White House. Have you ever seen a gap? What is going on here?
Well, I think the gap is that most folks, even within the own administration, are not respecting him. Like, that would never have happened under President Trump. President Trump gives a direction, they fulfill that, and they'll continue to play that out. I think you're seeing this not only inside the administration, but you're also seeing it from a foreign adversary like China. Again, they would have never done this under President Trump. And I know there's some talk out there, well, maybe it happened under the last administration. And we've had, expert after expert who served in the administration said it never happened. Right. We were never told of that. And so I think it goes to his leadership, and it goes to what other foreign leaders and our adversaries around the world are looking at President and saying, let's go ahead and do this. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be any repercussions. They saw what occurred in Afghanistan, which was just a debacle and completely embarrassing. And they're saying, well, now is the time. Let's get our playbook out of all these things that perhaps we wanted to do to the United States. Yeah. Now is the time. And so this gets back to leadership that the president just simply can't deliver on. And I think, again, Americans want to see a little different voice.
I think Americans want to hear him talk about the fentanyl crisis, too, tonight, and how that's affecting us. I mean, talk about the border, talk about these open border policies, and the fact that there's enough stuff on this street right now, Mark, to kill us 6 times over. Is this going to be something he's going to address tonight?
I do actually think it is going to be something he's going to address tonight. That has been in some of the leaked excerpts and things like that. But again, the answer is not identifying the problem, it's identifying the solution. And obviously that's where, you come in, Chad.
Yeah, look, when we talk about the fentanyl crisis, this is killing over 100,000 Americans every single day. If this is not front and center of his remarks, he missed the boat. It's how do you target the Mexican cartels and go after them in a very concerted way. They are public enemy number one. They are killing Americans every single day. He refuses to talk about it. This administration refuses to talk about it. That's doing a disservice to and I've talked to a few folks in the crowd here that have lost loved ones to this fentanyl crisis.
I was about to ask whether, and I'm glad you talked to people, are there people out there, can you raise your hand? I see hands already. We'll have lost family members, neighbors, friends. There's a lot of hands out there, Chad.
This is what affects Americans every single day. It goes back to this, chasm that the administration just wants to do what they want to do and follow their own agenda and not worried about what's affecting Americans every single day. And he should be on a primetime address like the State of the Union saying, here is our plan to fight this fentanyl crisis and the Mexican cartels, which are bringing it across the border. You won't hear that.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I want our viewers to understand what's happening on the screen, Chad, and Karen, and Mark. You see the green and the red. So Brad Parscale is taking this data in real time, scooping up the social media, people reacting, their approval or disapproval of Joe Biden. And on the border, Chad, that is showing that green line in terms of approval has been going down in the early moments here leading up to the speech. The red is growing. That's fentanyl, that's the smuggling, the illegal immigration. And so, Karen, if you want to jump in, I just wanted everyone to understand that, because now we're getting real-time data. We've laid it out, but the American people are speaking there, Karen, and saying they don't approve of how Joe Biden is handling this issue.
And you have to have the conversation about China when you talk about fentanyl as well, because that's where it's being manufactured. So the Mexican cartels are at fault and the border's at fault. But how much will he address China being the problem here?
Well, probably not at all, right? Whether you go back to the spy balloon or you go back to the fentanyl precursors, which, again, as you indicated, are coming through China, time again, the administration is not talking about what matters to the American people. And particularly when it comes to the fentanyl crisis, what is the plan? And it seems as though their plan is, it's happening, it's bad, let's try to do something about it. Let's lay out actually a concrete strategy. Let's put some policies back in play that actually work. And for them to continue to bury their head in the sand and let over 250,000 individuals come across that border in December of last year. come across that border. They're paying the cartel members every single day, which is driving their profits back up, which allows them to smuggle more and more fentanyl across that border. It's inexcusable. And this is what Secretary Mayorkas is on the hot seat for. He needs to answer for, and a variety of other folks.
Absolutely. I wonder what people think as well about honesty and transparency. Before these midterm elections, I want to ask the patriots in the crowd, and then I want to get Mark's reaction. Would you have liked to have known before the midterms that classified documents were found at Joe Biden's office at the Penn Center? Yes. So, Mark, on November 2nd, classified documents were found. We didn't learn about it for a long time after those midterms. That's lying. That's not transparency, number one. Number two, this Chinese spy balloon that Chad's talking about, it was up in the air for a while. The administration was cowering in the corner and not saying anything. It was not until a newspaper in Montana, Chad, if you want to jump in, I want to hear Mark, but you jump in. A newspaper in Montana said, there's something in the sky, we don't know what it is. And then they were forced to address it. They were hiding under the covers because they're afraid to challenge China, and they're not being honest and transparent to real American people.
Well, just real quick, I think that's my point from earlier, which is the administration, time after time, doesn't matter what issue it is, what crisis that they have created on their own, they're not being transparent and honest with the American people. And they won't do anything until they're called out on it. They're not doing anything about, obviously, about the Chinese spy balloon. They really haven't been doing anything on the border, right? When is the only time that they care? It's when migrants are bused to New York City or flown to Martha's Vineyard. It's the only time that they care.
Now they're sending them up to Canada.
Right.
So these Democrats that said, give us your huddled masses, well, they're sending them to Canada, Mark.
Apparently now it's Prime Minister Trudeau's problem.
It's not in our backyard.
No.
Is that what the liberals?
And they're blaming that they can't take care of these people. Well, who's letting them in the first place?
Well, I think Mayor Adams in New York is saying, look, I've got 40,000. Well, you're a population of 9 million. You can't care for 40,000. I've got border towns that have a population of 25,000 and seen over 50,000 migrants in their communities. And so the contrast here is startling. When is the last time you've seen a New York City mayor go to the border, right? But that's what they are driving to. They're sending folks from their own party down to the border to say, there's a crisis. We've got to figure this out. So again, it doesn't matter what issue it is. Border is a great example. But time and time again, they're not being transparent with the American people. They're not telling you, what you should in here, which is these are the real challenges, which require real solutions.
And I think we're stumbling across the theme here tonight. And each and every one of these issues, this administration is leading from behind. On China, we don't find out about it until the Montana newspaper. On the border, on fentanyl, on all of these issues, time and time again, they are behind. If you can make one argument about the previous administration, it was that we were probably acting too fast before America caught up with us, because that's just the way.
I heard about that sometimes. There were some tweets out there, and then you were trying to catch up, right?
Correct, but it's the exact opposite. We are seeing it time and again. Every issue leading from behind, and that's really, I think, where the American
Chad
people's
Wolf, did you
frustration
ever
is.
wake up as Homeland Security Secretary and say, "What did the president tweet"?
I may have done that from time to time.
Yeah,
I may have done that. But it was also great. You knew exactly what the president was on his mind. Yeah,
it was refreshing. It was honest. So many of us missed that. I don't know that everybody realizes how good we had it until it's gone.
Yeah, now people feel it. Why don't we hear from Real American Voices? I know David Zier's been standing by with some patriots there up on the stage. David, take it away, my friend.
When Trump got elected, a friend of mine spent time with them in Trump Tower, and he said, there's titans of industry here. It was like a buzz, right? So we got our own people here on Long Island. In the America First movement, at the America First Warehouse, Anthony Figueroa, he ran a primary for the 1st Congressional District, ran a very grassroots race, knocked on thousands of doors, and Tom Weirman here ran for the New York State Assembly. Two grassroots guys. Anthony, so how does it make you feel, right? If you were in Congress and you have Ilhan Omar and you work with her on the Foreign Affairs Committee, right? Was it right for the GOP to kick her off?
I do. I think it was. I mean, foreign affairs is important because it's relationships that we're building with other countries. When you're saying that Israel is your enemy, I think that's a huge problem that we have because Israel is one of our most important, or the most important partner and ally that we have in the Middle East.
Yeah, I like your pin for Israeli-American relations here. How important was it that Bibi got back in power over there?
I think it's great. I think we have some sanity, some normalcy, and I look forward to Bibi coming back to the United States and working with him.
Yeah, and worst Palestinian attacks in many years have happened in the past few weeks over there, right? So Ilhan Omar's had a lot of American dissension, right, and somewhat of a hatred, right, for democracy here. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's unfortunate. The member of Congress has such negative things to say about our most trusted ally in the Middle East, and I think it's important that we have members of Congress that stick up for our allies.
Yeah, and she was brought here as she needed help, and her family got in here from Somalia, right?
She was, and I think, again, it's that snowflake generation where they come and they take, and then they don't appreciate what America has given.
All right, so Tom Weirman, what do you have to say? What do you think about when you look at America's role in the world, the balloon coming across the continental United States? Did we give our leadership role up?
Well, if you talked to me 3 years ago and you would say, you know what, there's going to be your greatest enemy is going to fly a reconnaissance balloon over your nation, and we're just going to let it go and get all the reconnaissance it needs. I would just think that would be a complete joke. I wouldn't think that's being serious, but that's exactly what we're seeing today. We're seeing our administration, the Biden administration, allowing our enemies basically to do whatever they want, whether it be Afghanistan, China. That's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, so just to shift gears, 30 seconds, we have people close to us, the America First warehouse here, who lost family members due to overdoses and fentanyl and heroin and other things. Is it right? What's going on here?
Well, when it comes to foreign policy, I think we get it wrong in every aspect right now with this administration. We have China makes the fentanyl. They send it to Mexico. It comes up through the border and is killing our children to the tune of 300 people a day in our country. If we had a plane crash of 300 people a day, do you think they would stop all flights and say, let's see what's going on? But that's not what's going on here. That border is still wide open. They're letting them come in and they're doing nothing about it. And it's killing our citizens.
Yeah, maybe this country would be better off if we had great patriots like this. So everyone give these guys a round of applause. I want to thank you guys for coming out, and we're going to go back to you guys.
David Zier, we appreciate that. Fentanyl crisis certainly hitting home. What about the debt? What about the federal debt? $31 trillion in debt. Does that matter to you? Yeah? All right, there's some patriots who care about that. Well, it matters to the America First Policy Institute as well. Aaron Hedlund is one of their budget experts. We're going to talk to him coming up to get some details about what we might hear tonight. And then can somebody wake up Terrence? Is Terrence napping or is he ready with some data? We were going to check in. Oh, wait, he's awake. Terrence has...
There he is.
He is awake, not woke. Terrence Bates with some real-time data from Brad Parscale and Nucleus right after a quick break.
All right.
welcome to this special report live on Long Island. Is that all right?
That was good. Every time you do it, it gets better and better.
And, well, I've got more energy because we are powered by Nucleus, as we saw. And we're talking about this real-time data, approval or disapproval of Joe Biden as a candidate for president in 2024 on specific issues. And we decided we need to find the man who's most awake, not woke, who has the energy, the smarts, the intelligence, the bravado, the sheer elegance to tackle this brand new data.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. That man is Terrence Bates from American Sunrise, or someone behind him, maybe.
Like, who's
Terrence
he talking about?
Terrence, good evening. We saw the border, in all seriousness,
Yes.
a moment ago, and how that approval, or in this case, disapproval, in fact, was growing for Joe Biden as a candidate in terms of how he's handling the border and how that may reflect in terms of approval or disapproval for him as a re-election candidate. Talk about that. Talk about any other issues that are jumping out to you. Go ahead.
So let's start with border security. It's interesting because a lot of conservatives, of course, believe that's one of the key issues that they feel like needs to be addressed. But what we're finding here from our real-time data is that many of the people in these key battleground states, Nevada, Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Arizona, and Georgia, for them, that's only the fifth or sixth, 1, 2, 3. It is the fifth highest ranked issue that people are talking about in these states. And once again, in terms of approval, only 30% approval when it comes to border security, a large majority, 70% disapprove right now. Right now, China is the second biggest issue. And in fact, we're going to put that here on the bottom of your screen so you can see China, 57% disapproval rating as it relates to how that particular issue is handled. And just popping onto our screen, guys, investigations. I'm going to add this to our screen. So 69%, clear majority, disapproving of how some of these investigations are being handled. And what I find interesting is that investigations tab has gone off of our list of the top 15 things that people were talking about, and now it has reoccurred. So again, this is real-time numbers that we're talking about here in terms of what people are talking about at the moment. 2024 candidates, though, that is top of our list, and that has been consistently top of our list. That's what people are talking about. But again, just really quickly, these are real-time numbers, and so our list of the top things that people are talking about is continuing to change and will continue to change throughout the evening.
Well, Terrence, stay with us because I think Chad Wolf may want to weigh in. I see you picking up the microphone on the investigation question. We've been talking about a politicized Justice Department, Chad, and it seems like the American people maybe are responding. They don't like how these investigations are being handled. But jump in on that or any other issue, and you can ask Terrence a question.
Yeah, I think on this issue, when we talk about investigations and we talk about the weaponization of the federal government against one party or one side, and we've seen this, whether it's through the FBI and a variety of different other issues. I think the American people are saying, look, there seems to be two tiers of justice here, and it doesn't seem right to us. And the administration continues to double down on this time and time again. So
what Terrence was saying, pardon me, about China,
Yeah.
because normally in a State of the Union, it's really domestic policy focus, and maybe because of that spy balloon, Terrence is saying that sentiment on China has really been moving tonight. China's a big issue, don't get me wrong. But again, State of the Unions, and Mark's been in the room for these with administrations, and so have you. It's about the economy, the budget, the bread and butter issues, healthcare. China is soaring tonight as a big issue, and rightly so.
Well, I think it's soaring for the American people. They want to hear about it. They want to hear about a strategy that this administration is going to undertake to combat that maligned influence that we see China having here in the homeland today. It's not across the sea, it's here today, and I think that's what the American people want to see. But whether you look at all the data that the White House put out today, you're right. They're going to focus on domestic issues. That's where they think their strong suit is, instead of talking about what the American people want to talk about, which I think is interesting.
The American people want to talk about elections because I'm looking at our chat right now and they're talking about elections on Getter right now. And that's one of the things that probably is very important to them that they feel like we don't have a handle on. Election integrity keeps coming up again and again and again. And if we can't trust the elections, how do we move forward?
We're going to hear from Hogan Gidley from the America First Policy Institute later tonight. Mark, talk about that as an issue, and then we're going to bring in, this is great because, and Terrence, stand by too, we get all these experts you have on all these big issues. It's almost like a Trump administration in waiting, or another candidate, whoever emerges.
America First.
America First, whoever emerges, right, in 2024, right? Election integrity. Talk about it.
A hugely important issue, and it's something that we're actually taking a lead on in this because our elections are controlled and run by the state. So most of the time, this is a state issue. Hogan's been out there on the front lines of this, but we're even right now looking at Washington, D.C. passed a law to allow illegals to vote. And Congress right now is trying to override that because
they did that in New York, and the state Supreme Court overturned it, right?
Correct. Yeah. Well, so Congress can do that because it's the District of Columbia. It's obviously that unique relationship, but that's not going to go anywhere in the Senate because obviously Democrats want illegals to be able to vote. So I mean,
outrageous.
We're fighting this on every single issue, and until we get to that time-honored, it's our phrase for this, but it's time-honored. Make it easy to vote, hard to cheat.
Yeah,
not that hard.
Is it easier said than done, though?
Well, yes.
There you go. Karen gets right to the heart of the matter. Terrence, make a final point in this round. We'll come back to you in a little bit.
No, absolutely. So I find it interesting. You guys were just talking about election integrity, and that's something that many conservatives are talking about. But what we're seeing from our AI, and guys, if we can put that full screen up again, that is not even on our top 15 list of things that people in these battleground states are talking about. So here's the list right now. And as I scroll up and down, election integrity isn't on there. But in terms of the economy, we do have several things. I'm going to update this. If we can show this at the bottom, inflation, jobs, and taxation, economic issues, those are in our top 5 over the last minute or so. All 3 of those issues have come up. On inflation, 55% disapproval. When it comes to jobs, 35%. So a lot of people very positive about the job market, with 66% having a positive view of that. And then taxation, 46% positive, 54% negative. So you're seeing that all of this is happening in real time, and the values that we're giving you, what we're sharing with you in terms of sentiment, if you will, or approval and disapproval, this is coming to you real time from 7 battleground states: Nevada, Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Arizona, and Georgia. So this really gives you an idea of what you can expect throughout the night as we hear some of the issues addressed and how real Americans are going to be responding to this.
That separates our coverage. Chad?
Yeah, well, I think that's right. I think the American people care about the economy. They care about what affects them in their pocketbook and elsewhere. And so I'd love to bring in some of our colleagues from the America First Policy Institute.
We got Mike Falklander, right, and Aaron Hedlund as well. They both join us live this evening. Gentlemen, welcome. Mike, I want to start with you. We're $31 trillion in debt, and yet Joe Biden keeps telling us that he's reducing the deficit. Please explain the math to me, because I can't follow what Biden is saying.
Well, I can't exactly follow what he's saying either, Ed, because the second worst and the fourth worst deficits in the history of our nation have occurred under Joe Biden. So for him to proclaim some kind of financial responsibility is beyond me. You know, the only reason that the deficit is starting to go down is because he failed to increase spending as much as he wanted with his Build Back Better plan. Remember, when he came in, he wanted to put forward that gargantuan Green New Deal program that would have vastly increased the size of government and would have run massive deficits. And so fortunately, we were able to work with coalition partners and lead the way here at the America First Policy Institute to see that bill reduced greatly in size and convince senators like Joe Manchin that we couldn't afford a package as large as that. And so we were able to reduce the amount of spending that goes on. But the reduction in deficits we are seeing is because we have ended a lot of these pandemic-related programs. It's not because of some active effort on the part of the Biden administration to reduce spending.
Right. We spent so much federal money during the pandemic, to your point. When that comes down, somehow they say, we're saving money. They're just not spending as much as they did before. They're still spending a lot. Aaron Hedlund joined the conversation as well. Pick up that thought, but also add to that. This is a rough economy. We're talking about wages earlier. This administration wants to tonight make the case that wages are up. They may be up a little bit, but those wages are gobbled up by Biden's inflation. Aaron, talk about the broader economy and what you're looking for tonight.
Absolutely. One thing I've got to give the Biden administration credit for is their great gaslighting the public, saying one thing that is completely disconnected from reality. The reality is that Americans have lost about $4,000 in purchasing power over the past couple of years. You have inflation at 40-year highs. That is absolutely nothing for the Biden administration to be trumpeting. In the past couple of years have been the left waging an absolute ideological battle, anti-work, anti-energy, and result is an economy that is causing people to be further behind rather than getting ahead.
No doubt about it. Mike, I want you to come in on the debt ceiling. We were expecting this gargantuan battle, perhaps. And I wonder what your assessment of things are. Democrats were trying the scare tactics we saw during the Biden administration. Oh, Republicans want to default on the debt. We know that's not going to happen, but they say that because they don't want to cut spending. They seem, and I wonder if you have a different view, to have pulled back a bit. They were talking tough, the Democrats, like they were going to push this, and they didn't want to negotiate with the Republicans. And now things have quieted down a little bit because maybe they realized they were really going to have to, with this new Republican House, come up with spending cuts if they want to raise the debt ceiling. What is the state of play on that? How do you think this is all playing out?
Yeah, so Ed, let me add to that. Also, the amazing thing about videotape is that we can actually pull out recordings of Joe Biden in previous roles participating in negotiations over the debt ceiling. You know, more often than not, when we increase the debt ceiling, we accompany it with some kind of spending reform or some kind of spending package or budget reform. It's not the case that it's always a clean debt ceiling bill like Joe Biden is calling for. And so they realize that history is going to bring about a time that we need to address our unsustainable fiscal situation, and the debt ceiling is the opportunity to get spending under control. And if you look at the inflation that's come about from the spending from this administration, if you look at all of the spending that's going on and government's intrusion into our lives, the American people support attaching to the debt ceiling some reduction in spending. Among Americans that want to see the debt ceiling increased, 65% of them want to see spending reductions accompany it. And so the math is on our side, history is on our side, and I think the Democrats are seeing that it's not really a good negotiating position to say that we want to just continue with our unsustainable ways.
The American people want relief right now, Aaron, and they want to feel like there's some hope, and they're really starting to lose hope in this economy. How do we go forward now before we can push everything that we need? What's the short-term solution?
Well, the good news is we know it worked. We can look at the period from 2017 until pre-pandemic, when you had record low unemployment, record low poverty rates, the largest jump in typical household income that we'd seen ever in the data. And this is because we had a set of policies that promoted low taxes, streamlined regulations, and getting government out of the way, which is the exact opposite of what we've been seeing over the past couple of years, with government actively discouraging people from working, creating inflation, creating labor shortages, punishing energy production. So all we have to do is go back to the previous sort of philosophy, and we'd be going in a good direction.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mike, I wonder, we were talking earlier about how Joe Biden will want to tell us and try to claim, and he'd probably do it again tonight, that climate change is our biggest national security threat. And then I look at $31 trillion in debt, all the money we owe China and other creditors, and I wonder whether you think that's, if not the biggest, one of the biggest national security threats we have, the fact that we're so deep in debt right now.
That's right, Ed. I mean, we have national security threats coming from Russia, coming from China, and the more that we spend the finite resources coming into the federal government on debt service, the less money we've got to defend ourselves. And you know, we have heard from the Pentagon before that they are worried about the amount of debt we have crowding out the necessary investments that we need to make to upgrade our military. We see the investments that China is making in its Navy, that it's making in its cybersecurity activities, and we are not matching those because we are spending entirely too much on debt service and on some of the other social spending that's going on. So we have absolutely got to get our debt under control so that we can have the investments in defense that are going to make us the top nation in the world when it comes to defending freedom and defending democracy.
No doubt. Aaron, as we wrap this part of the conversation tonight, I know it's hard to kind of focus on just a few because it's such a big issue, $31 trillion in debt. But AFPI has so many great policy experts, and you guys dive deep on all these important issues. What do you see as the way? There are no easy choices, but how do you start paying back the debt? How do you start getting this country's budget back in balance? What are the big things for you? I know entitlements are obviously big. All these politicians in both parties, they have a hard time dealing with Medicare, Medicaid. They say, let's keep Social Security. How do we deal with this? Where would you start?
We really have to look at both sides of the equation. So the first side of the equation is spending. Spending's gone up by over 20% over the past couple of years. That should not be permanent. The left wants that to be permanent. But we really need to go back to a more right-sized government that we had before, and arguably even more limited. But then the other side of the equation is pro-growth. we need more economic growth because that will create more dynamism, more jobs, and less stagnation.
All right. Aaron Hedlund, we certainly appreciate it. I get it, what you're saying. Taxation was something that was popping up. Mark and Chad, why don't you make a couple final points before we go to break? Because when Terrence Bates was talking about taxation, it was certainly negative sentiment out there in terms of approval for Joe Biden. This is somebody who wants to raise your taxes. Donald Trump had the biggest tax cut in American history. We saw the greatest economy in American history. Aaron's got a point about economic growth.
And one of the things that people don't talk about is we saw federal government revenue increase after the tax
because of that economic
because
activity.
it was growing the economy. We do not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And the great Larry Kudlow, who runs our center for all of our economic centers, has a very simple plan here. Especially as it relates to the debt ceiling. Minimum should be every dollar we raise in the debt ceiling, we should cut spending by $1. Now, I think we'd like to get to 3, but let's at least start with something realistic, maybe go all the way to 3.
That's what small businesses have to do.
It sounds pretty simple.
I always like to say the debt ceiling problem is, it's your ex or your kid running up your credit card and all of a sudden you see the bill. Are you going to pay it? Yeah, we're going to pay it. But you can be sure that we're going to deal with that spending that caused that bill before I agree to pay it again.
Chad, final thought?
Yeah, it's a spending problem, and I think we need to get that under control because both Aaron and Mark have said it. This administration over the last 2 years has spent more money than I think anyone could imagine, and their answer to our problems is government and more spending. And I think we've shown the last administration, previous administrations before that, there's a better solution to our country's problems.
What do you think about that? You want to see some more government? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think they're on board with the America First policy institute. How about that? We'll take a quick break, and then we'll hear from some more real American voices right here on Long Island, New York, as we get ready for the big State of the Union. Look at that American flag, big and beautiful. Good evening, Patriots. Look at that. We've got so many wonderful Americans here at the America First Warehouse. Ed Henry, Karen Turk. Normally you see us in the morning.
Crowd.
We'll be here all night long.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
Joe the Box is a great host.
Yeah, we got Chad Wolf and Mark Lotta from the America First Policy Institute. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be here.
Let's take a live look. They're filling up the House chamber right now. We see various senators and cabinet officials going in. There we go. We can pick that up. You can see all those folks coming in. And I see Speaker McCarthy up there as well with Vice President Kamala Harris. A different picture, Chad. Were you in the room when Nancy Pelosi ripped up the State of the Union?
I was at that State of the Union.
What was that like? Because as a viewer, it was disgusting. People were outraged. What was it like to be in the room for that?
Well, it was just as disgusting in the room. I was, at that point, I think I was 2 rows off from the president. And people actually reacted very well. I think most people remember her tearing that speech up. But he gave just a fantastic State of the Union speech with a lot of different thoughts where the country should go. And unfortunately, it's overshadowed by what she did. It's a shame that she did that. Obviously, I think it shows her lack of class.
It was very theatrical, and I think we see a lot of theatrics from the left. Is tonight going to be a theatrical, Mark?
I would doubt it. Speaker McCarthy has said he's not going to tear up the speech or do anything comical because he has too much respect for the office of the Speaker. But, I was on the campaign at that time when he did that. I can't remember where I was. We were at a watch party. But I think it just showed Donald Trump got under Nancy Pelosi's skin.
Yeah.
Because she's very calculating and she's very good politically. We may not agree with her, but she's very tactical. And every bit of advantage or leverage that she had, because remember the president didn't shake her hand or something along those lines, she chucked it all away. She lost the moral high ground or the argument because the entire argument became about her tearing up the speech. It was a gift to us. And, on the campaign, we ran with it.
Right. And the left loved it, though, Chad, unfortunately, because they like being nasty and they don't like Donald Trump. And they don't like America First policies, which is the more important point here, because you're pushing policies to turn this country around.
Well, when you can't fight on policies and you don't have that moral high ground to talk about what's right, what do? You go to belittling individuals. You go to tearing up paper and things of that nature. And I think it's very transparent. Americans see right through that. They see that they don't have good policies. They don't have the good arguments. They don't have the vision for where the country needs to go at the end of the day. Everything they do puts Americans last.
Yeah.
We want to put Americans first, and I think that's the direction we need to go.
All right, let's put some Americans first right now. David Zier, our great correspondent, is here with some real American voices. What are they saying tonight, David? Good evening.
Believe it or not, there's a great schism on the right and in the GOP about voting habits, right? We have Pete Perazzi, who supported every event on Long Island for decades with Ronnie Gavarian. These people are so smart and so informed. It's really incredible. And that's the audience for Rav these days, right? You really are plugged in. So Pete says, how do you want to handle the elections? Paper ballots, no drop boxes, right?
I'm not against drop boxes if they're tightly controlled. But the bottom line is you're privileged to vote. We all fought for, we all have, but it's being violated by people who hack into the machines that we don't see the inside, and they change the votes on Election Day when they go down.
So you made it a life's mission to study election integrity and fraud issues. So I know you've done a ton of research on this stuff. But Kash Patel was here a couple of weeks ago with Real America's Voice News, and he says you can't change it unless you win. And the only way to win is to get the ballot harvesting and the drop boxes so we can change the rules. Is that right, Ronnie?
Yes, it is. There's no other way. You have to fight fire with fire. And I think that this is not my idea, but I did hear about putting drop boxes in strategic places.
Yeah, what's your idea? That was a great idea.
Why not put them in churches? Or why not put them in gun shops? And why not put them in places where you know conservatives will vote in the drop box with the drop box method? So I thought that was a wonderful idea.
Yeah, and I noticed that election integrity comes up in almost every conversation that I have all over the place. You travel all over the country. You were just in Pennsylvania with my mother, and you guys are on the ground, and you meet the, who did you meet on the ground?
We just happened to walk into a little antique shop, and lo and behold, we met the woman. Her name is Betsy Green. She is head of the Truckers of America. She's the woman that organizes all of these trucking convoys across the country. And I said, what are the odds of us running into that? I don't think there's any coincidences. I do not. And next week, I'm going to an event in Pennsylvania. It's their Lincoln dinner, and she's going to start introducing me to a lot of people in Pennsylvania politics.
Well, that's what happens. We're on the ground all over the country, covering the Trump rallies. Everybody's so great. There's a lot of networking going on. And, you know, the left has the schools and the unions and the student bodies and everything, but the right has the business owners and everybody, and they got to unite, right? Last word for you.
Well, I just want to say I'm not against drop boxes, but I think the chain of custody is a problem with drop boxes.
Huge.
And I think same-day election, everybody shows up to vote. That will solve our problem.
Yeah, they do it in Iraq. And they do it in France and get the results the same night. So we're going to go back to Ed and Karen.
All right, David, we appreciate it as always. Karen, it's interesting. I'm talking to Brad Parscale on the side here, and he's saying this real-time data we're getting that's really interesting. Election integrity, which David was just talking about, clearly a big issue among real American voices, but across the nation he's saying it's not quite breaking through as big. It doesn't mean it's not important, but it's not breaking through. He said on a positive, to tell all sides of this, his data is showing the American people are pretty positive in the battleground states, guys, about the issue of jobs for Joe Biden. We've been talking about a low unemployment rate. But on the other side, he said, obviously, inflation is a rough issue for Biden, but in particular, Georgia is huge in the data right now in terms of voters turning against Joe Biden on the issue of inflation. Mark, I see you've been out on the trail a lot over the years. Georgia's a state that has, by some accounts, is trending Democrat, or by other accounts is trending towards more and more cheating and election stealing, because people are frustrated what's happening in Georgia. But in all seriousness, what's important is voters there, this inflation issue Brad Parscale is seeing, compared to other battleground states maybe, is really popping. And that's something that from a policy perspective you can focus on, because I know that matters to the FBI.
You know, absolutely. And I think one of the things that we're seeing in Georgia, and I would think the economic numbers are going to make it worse, is we're going to see the increase in the transition of black Americans to the America First movement. They are being hurt, as all lower income families are being hurt the most by the economy, by the inflation. And so as they see these, you're going to see them start to look for answers. And I think that answer is looking another direction. So
economic opportunity.
So in Georgia, obviously a very high minority voting participation state, it might transition more quickly than in other battleground states where the demographics might be a little bit different.
We do this segment on the morning show called Sunny Side Up. Is that the sunny side up here, Chad? Is that the sunny side up?
I think it is. I think a lot of folks, whether you're in Georgia or elsewhere, are saying, look, I'm tired of the government handouts. I'm tired of the government solutions to the economy. Yes, they can help at the end of the day, but let's get the government out of the way, and let's get back to policies and things that work to get this economy on the right path. And whether you see that in Georgia or you see that in other battleground states, I see some of the data that Brad has here is just, it's remarkable, because you can get a sense of what the American people care about. And I think you can contrast that with what you're going to hear tonight at the State of the Union. I think they're going to be vastly different.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking about Brad's data, and that's important. You guys are doing a texting pulse as well?
Yes, so obviously anyone who wants more information about the America First agenda and what's going on with the America First Policy Institute, text the word PULSE for Pulse of the People.
There you go.
But text PULSE to 70107.
That's right.
And then that will get you connected to the America First Policy Institute. We can start to send more information to you about how we get ourselves out of this mess.
All right, text the word PULSE to 70107. You can learn a lot more about the America First Policy Institute. As we look there, we're told in the House chamber live right now, 15 minutes or so before maybe we'll see Joe Biden, all kinds of dignitaries, not just filing into the chamber, but the gallery up there. And you know the game there, Chad, where lawmakers give out tickets. George Santos, the congressman who's under fire from Long Island here, gave a ticket out to a 9/11 survivor who says he really has no use for George Santos, but he wants to highlight the important issue of first responders. He's a former volunteer fireman who has become sick after being down there at Ground Zero. You see that we're told that the First Lady Jill Biden will have Paul Pelosi, among others, up there as he recovers from his injuries at that incident, shall we say, at his home some time ago. And that chamber right now, the House chamber, packed. And you see Paul Pelosi right there in the hat on the right. And so what was it like when you were in the cabinet to walk in there? I mean, there's a lot of game playing where people, you know, the left and the right, and the people sit and they stand. But what was it like to be in that room?
Well, it's choreographed for sure, right? And so as you walk down that aisle, the aisle that the president eventually walks down, particularly in my case, you had folks on both sides of the aisle kind of reaching out to you, wanting to shake your hands. These are the same people that are calling me names, calling the president names, right? What do they want out of it? They want phonies. They want to see their face on TV, right? And that's where the cameras sort of
sounds like you're describing the swamp.
This is the swamp. The swamp, hard at work. And I'm just looking at him like, no, you don't get to call me names and then shake my hand. That's not how this works. So it was a surreal moment. But I think, you know, when you look at who sort of members invite up there, it's very telling, right? You'll see law enforcement. A lot of Republicans, even the Trump administration, talked about inviting law enforcement and military up there to show our appreciation. I don't think that you're going to see that tonight.
All right. Very interesting. We'll continue to watch the House chamber. What a picture, Karen. Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Not just the change from Pelosi, but what was it, 15 ballots? It took a struggle to get that job, but there he is.
The struggle was real, but we're here now.
Yeah, no doubt. The struggle was real for Hogan Gidley. I think he had some plane issues, but he has made it to the great state of North Carolina. He's with some real American voices. Hogan leads some election integrity efforts for the America First Policy Institute. Hogan, are you out there? Good evening.
I am, Ed. And yes, I did have a few plane issues, but I'm sure Pete Buttigieg is on it. I'm sure he's going to get everything fixed. Look, I came all the way to North Carolina because at America First Policy Institute, we wanted to make sure that we actually talked to real people during this speech and ask some questions about what they're feeling out here in the real world, not inside the Beltway, not amongst the bureaucrats, but what are the people out in places like North Carolina actually feeling? So I'm in a place called Rutherfordton, North Carolina, at a place called The Coop. Shockingly, they serve a lot of good chicken over here. We got a great crowd out here tonight because they're anxious. They want to hear what Joe Biden has to say about where this country's headed. And so one of my friends who I've met many times before, Miss Connie, is with me. And Miss Connie, I want to talk to her and, you know, kind of get some input because we have here at the bottom of the screen the pulse of the people. She's one of the people, and I want to find out what she's thinking. So, Miss Connie, thank you so much for being with me here tonight. But what are you looking to hear from the President of the United States this evening?
I don't know. I don't know what he's going to talk about, but all I want to hear is the truth about the true state of our nation right now, the true state of the nation. I don't believe it's good, and I think he's probably going to project a message that's going to try to tell us that everything is just fine.
There have been many times the president has had the bully pulpit, and he tends to say things that a lot of people call divisive, where he calls a lot of people who don't agree with his simple policies all kinds of names and doesn't like the direction that they're headed. He's trying to take the country in a direction he feels most Americans would they would appreciate. You, though, don't appreciate the direction the country's headed in.
Not at all. I'm very concerned about the direction our nation is taking right now. I'm concerned about not just domestic issues, but international issues. And I think right now the United States is very vulnerable around the world. My big concern, honestly, not just our enemies offshore. I'm really concerned, Hogan, about the domestic enemies. And sad to say, I feel like some of those people are in our government.
What's the number one issue you think you're facing, you're concerned about tonight?
I'm concerned about justice. I don't think that justice is being rendered in this country. I feel like there's a lot going on, even with the J6ers, what's happened to them. The way they've been treated is unconscionable. I just cannot believe that in the United States that people are being treated the way they're being treated.
So you feel that there's a dual system of justice for a lot of folks, the elites, right?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, there's a two-tier system of justice in this country.
Well, thank you very much. And I know we're going to do a lot of things here from North Carolina tonight. I got a lot of folks lined up to talk to us as this goes on. Obviously, we have the speech. You can't see here, but we have a TV above us ready to hear the State of the Union address. Look, I've dealt with this now, being in the previous administration. I know the pressure that's going on right now, but I also understand that we have a rebuttal from someone named Sarah Sanders after this, too. And I think a lot of people here are looking forward to that. So, again, dual system of justice, some other issues that people are facing here. She thinks the country's heading in the wrong direction. So hopefully tonight, potentially, Joe Biden can address some of the issues that the people here in North Carolina are actually concerned about.
Great job, Hogan, and nice to meet Miss Connie. Please give her our best. I hope that TV is on Real America's Voice. In the meantime, I do want to ask you about Sarah Sanders because you raised a great point. You work closely with her in the White House. Talk about your pride in seeing someone who was, you could say just a staffer in the White House. There's a lot of those, but she's gone on in her own right to be elected. She's now a powerful governor, one of the most powerful female governors in the country, one of the most powerful female leaders. What kind of pride do you have about your friend now getting this big assignment? What do you think we can expect from her tonight?
I couldn't be happier for Sarah Sanders. Look, I worked for Governor Mike Huckabee when he was governor, so I've known Sarah since she was 19 years old. You talked to her about her being a staffer in the White House. She was an intern on the re-election campaign that I helped run for Mike Huckabee, so I've known her for a long time. The family's great. Sarah did it the right way. She didn't take anything for granted. She went to all 75 counties. She met with people. She listened. She developed a platform, America First policies, and she's implementing those each and every day already. And she's only been inaugurated a few weeks at this point. Look, I think tonight we're going to hear from her because I've talked to her. I've talked to her team. She's going to draw some stark contrast between the governance of the Democrats versus the governance of the Republicans. She's going to talk about, her upbringing. She's going to obviously bring some humor, but she's going to bring some heat also. I think she's not going to hold anything back. Sarah has a way of articulating a message and a vision, not just for the future of Arkansas, but also for the future of the country. In large measure, she's got the best of both worlds. She served at the feet of Mike Huckabee. She listened to him while he was governor. Obviously, it's her dad. But at the same time, she loves the state of Arkansas, but has seen what Washington can do to a state. Because working in the federal government, you get to see kind of the ins and outs, the fights, the relationships, though, you can build for prosperity at the state level versus the federal level. And so she said some things in her speech during her inauguration. I think she's going to bring up again today, in large measure, saying Washington, the federal government has its role, but we're going to keep you out of the state. Strong governors need to lead. Strong governors need to protect their own citizens, because this is where the policies come home, where they're felt the most at the local level, which is why we want to come here to North Carolina tonight. So look, I think Sarah's going to do an outstanding job. A lot of pressure in this role. Ed, the people who give this rebuttal, it doesn't always go as good as you want it to go. But look, I think Sarah is up for the task. I think she's has the right experience. Now she's the youngest governor in the country, and she's got a robust agenda for the people of Arkansas. And I think she's going to share some of that tonight, but also talk about what the people of her state see, some of those important issues facing this country writ large. And I think she's going to do a great job.
Yeah, absolutely, Hogan. Some great points. I think there was a Marco Rubio Republican response where he was struggling with the water bottle, and it became a meme, if you will. Chad Wolf is here with Mark Lauder as well. Chad, jump in.
Just a quick point. I think it's such a great contrast. You're going to have the president probably stumbling over his speech for most of it, and then you're going to go to Sarah Sanders, who's very articulate, young, female, really the future of the party. But probably most importantly, she's going to talk from an America First approach. And a lot of the policies and a lot of the things that she's going to rebut and say. And I think that's important to keep in mind and what viewers should look out for.
I want Karen to jump in, too, as a woman, because you can talk about the chat, but that point Hogan made, I want you to respond. He said she's going to bring humor and heat. I thought about her at that White House podium as a woman, not just a female press secretary, but now a female governor. She kept those reporters in line.
What a difference we have. What a stark contrast. We keep talking about the contrast between Joe Biden and former administrations. Same contrast there with the press secretary. We had somebody who was quick-witted, who could answer questions, who could deflect when necessary, but was always there with the right answer. And now we see them just stumbling around, just like bumbling Joe Biden.
Yeah, you wanted to make a point, Jeff?
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, Sarah's a fighter, and I think that's what Americans want from Republicans and those on the right. They want a fighter. They want someone to stand up for them and articulate a vision. And I think we've seen folks on the right from time to time not have that vision and not have that charisma. And I think you see that with Sarah. She does have that, and I think that's why it's going to be really just an interesting speech.
And I think one of the things that Sarah has a unique ability to harness, and I served in the White House with her when she was press secretary, as like Hogan. We were in all of those briefing preps. Sarah has disappointed mom look. And she would show it to the reporters when they would ask the question for the fifth or sixth time. And I think she's going to be able to put a voice and a face to the struggles that are being faced by American families, because she feels it. And she lives that. And so it's not going to be just a DC perfectly, it's going to be like talking to your neighbor, someone that you know at your children's school or at church.
Somebody
and I think
that you
she's got
trust.
that ability to connect like few other people have ever encountered in
No
politics.
doubt about it. You see a live look at the House chamber. We're not going to have any more commercial breaks until the speeches start. You'll hear from Joe Biden first, of course, and then Sarah Sanders, as we've been talking about. Anyone want to hear from Sarah Sanders tonight? All right. I think there's still a lot of excitement out there. There's also this crowd at the America First, the warehouse is great.
It's incredible.
I was about to call it the America First Policy Warehouse. It's not a policy warehouse, not yet anyway, but you ought to have a warehouse.
It could be.
They're about to call it in.
I'm happy to.
What do you think about this setting, getting all these patriots together like this?
It's fantastic, right? This is what America needs. We need real patriots talking about real issues that they're passionate about. We want to see real solutions. And that's what we're talking about. And really, that's what we do at America First Policy Institute every single day.
Yeah.
We have over 150 folks going to work every single day to try to save this country from sort of where this administration has taken it. So proud to be part of that.
No doubt about it. We're expecting Joe Biden to walk out in just a moment. David Zier, can you sneak in real quick, a quick minute or two with some real American voice? We don't want to miss the president's arrival, but take it away real quick.
All right, so John Carroll here. You're in construction, right? They want to do 32-story building in the city, and what do they want to do? No what?
They want to do all electric, no gas.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
No, I mean, it's been kicked back twice already. There's not enough electric in the street. They want to do photovoltaic. There's still not enough power to heat it. Not enough power to...
And you're in construction, right? So you think the unemployment numbers are bogus. Because the biggest job growth for unemployment is government work, basically, and financial people. But what about construction? Scheduled in 2023 for 139,000 jobs per month lost. What do you say? Is that what you're finding?
I'm finding it every day. I'm finding union contractors, union employees, steel workers, iron workers, electricians coming to non-union shops to go to work.
Can't get work.
They got to feed their family. They say they don't care anymore.
Yeah, coming to non-union shops, right. All right, so we have Tom Simonelli with us, active police officer, veteran. Thank you for serving. Author, counterterrorism specialist. What's your biggest concern right now?
Biggest concern is how we're destroying ourselves from within. Right now, this administration and the radicals on the left are doing things to America that our enemies could only dream of. You want to talk about terror? They're terrorizing our children by inundating them with critical race theory and radical gender theory. They're degrading our military.
Yeah, so it's not just the threat at the border. I think we got to go back to the stage right now. I want to thank Tom and John, and back to you.
All right. Yeah, there we go. Let's hear it for Real American Voices. What a beautiful setting here. Those beautiful flags, Chad, makes you proud to be an American, doesn't it? 100%. Yeah.
It's Americana at its best.
It absolutely is. You're looking at the House chamber. Interesting, you see Tony Blinken at the center of that scrum there, a little bit to the left. Chad, as a former cabinet secretary, I wonder if you could weigh in. We were talking on American Sunrise today. So Tony Blinken, now the Secretary of State, has to delay this trip to China because they don't really know what their next move is, obviously. But he used to run the Penn Center that accepted all of these really secret contributions from China, because most of the donations, we don't know who was behind it. We know it came from China, but we don't know the donors. So what do you think about that? I mean, Donald Trump, in his pre-buttal, if you will, in that video message we played earlier, said this is the most corrupt administration ever. You have not just from the president and his son, but the Secretary of State was at the center. He ran the Biden Center, taking all this money from China.
Well, I think Secretary Blinken's got a lot of answers, a lot of questions to answer at the end of the day. But I think going back to the China spy balloon, the timeline that the administration puts out is very, very interesting, because they knew about this days in advance, and yet Secretary Blinken did not cancel his trip until it became a public affairs issue for them, and the news media really started asking them a lot of questions. So again, it's them reacting to the news instead of having a moral high ground, a set of principles, sticking to them and going. They're fully reactive at the end of the day. But his role in the Penn Biden Center, what did he know about these documents? I think that needs to come out more. The American people want to know more I think the new House majority is going to deliver on some of their oversight on that
By
issue.
the way, the president of UPenn, as I recall, was nominated like ambassador to Germany by Biden.
The swamp is hard at work.
All these deals.
That's for sure. All these deals is all connected, and it's hard to believe that, it seems so transparent that the money is there, that these donations come in. These are the things that we know about. What about all the stuff we don't know about?
Well, that's one of the issues and one of the real issues we face when we confront China, and one of the things that we're taking a lead on at America First Policy Institute is the fact that we need to decouple from China. I'm old enough to remember the Cold War. We didn't buy anything that was made in the Soviet Union, but you cannot find something. You can't get an Advil in America unless it doesn't come through China. And even the Penn Biden Center, again, they donated to the university. Then the money gets just shuffled around, and somehow it ends up, we don't know where it ends up.
Wouldn't that be called money laundering? In other terms?
I'm not a lawyer, but
I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night in New York. How about that? Here's a live look at the House chamber. There's Jill Biden, the First Lady, of course. We're awaiting the arrival of Joe Biden, the President. Paul Pelosi in the front row there, husband, of course, of the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Has a certain ring to it. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. You like that ring? I think there's a lot of people who like that idea. And you can see a lot there. There's, of course, the spouse as well of Vice President Kamala Harris in the middle of that scrum. The House chamber is now full. Chad, you know what it's like. You get the cabinet in there. You get diplomats in there. You get the Supreme Court justices. But in recent years, fewer and fewer Supreme Court justices have shown up. It used to be that you could sort of be in the middle and be non-partisan. But now things have become so political. A lot of the justices like to stay home and not get into the middle of the standing ovation and not standing and standing and not standing because they don't want to be in the middle of that.
Yeah, I think that's right. And we've seen the left, right? We've seen Senator Schumer and others hold press conferences right outside the Supreme Court and go after
Yeah, there you go.
justices.
And in fact, Joe Biden, you see the applause. We're told that he's about to enter the House chamber. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, Chad. We'll roll with it. We're going to talk over some of this applause as Joe Biden gets ready to enter the House chamber. We usually have the traditional Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. We expect that in a moment. And there he is. Maybe we missed Mr. Speaker. And there he is. A kiss for Sheila Jackson Lee.
Always up front.
She's always up
there.
front. So
She's
who
always
are
there.
some of the guys? So Elliot Engel from New York used to spend hours waiting. You're not big fans of Elliot Engel, the Democrat here from New York. And and Chad, he would wait there for hours to get the front row.
All day in some cases.
Right, all day.
All day.
So he can get his mug on TV. What goes through people's mind? They have to be...
Well, I don't know. I don't know what really goes through their mind at the end of the day. What they should be doing all day is actually fighting for their constituents instead of trying to find a front row seat so they can get their face on the camera.
No doubt about it. Mark,
but you see a lot of folks here, clapping. Obviously, the left is going to clap for Joe Biden. They like his policies. I think folks on the right are clapping not necessarily because they like him. They are acknowledging the office. That's the office of the president.
Respect the office. And Mark Lauder, when you were in the Trump administration and around Donald Trump, there were so many on the left who simply did not respect the man, did not respect the office, and it was disgusting.
It really is. Obviously, I've been doing this a long time, and I've always said, any president you get to meet, you extend your right hand, and you say it's an honor to meet you, Mr. President, or Mrs. President someday.
Madam President, Mrs. President, what should we call them? Yes.
But we've lost that in our country, and we need to get it back because we're never going to come together if we don't find a way to at least show at least some grace and honor and respect to the office.
It's hard. Real Americans here tonight don't want to really acknowledge this president. It's difficult for them to do that when they feel that there was a lack of election integrity and other things. And
People
then when
who feel he was selected, not elected,
to lie and lie and lie to the American people, it's hard to respect the office as much as these are patriotic Americans.
And Chad,
it is tough, but you respect the office. And again, you can disagree with President Biden. I disagree with him strongly. And so again, you're not applauding there for the man. You're applauding for the office, regardless of who holds it. At the end of the day, it's still the leader of the free world, and that's what you're acknowledging.
No doubt about it. We saw just a couple of Supreme Court justices there. We'll try to identify who's in the room. Joe Biden making his way slowly there, shaking a lot of hands. You saw kissing Sheila Jackson Lee, one of the many Democrats, as Chad pointed out, who waits hours and hours just to get that one moment with the president and the cameras.
It's incredible.
It absolutely is. Now he continues to make his way to the rostrum. You see Hakeem Jeffries, by the way, who replaced Nancy Pelosi, not as Speaker, but as Democratic leader, of course, because the Democrats do not have the majority any longer. There's Steve Scalise, who's the number 2 behind Speaker Kevin McCarthy on the Republican side. Dick Durbin coming down as well. Mark Lauder, we don't have a Speaker Nancy Pelosi as we see Justice Kavanaugh among the Supreme Court justices. Mark Milley, General Milley there. He is certainly under the microscope for what happened with this China spy plane, or what didn't happen for many days, Mark Lauder. But it's interesting because we don't have a Speaker Pelosi, but we still have a Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. And so we still have some of the same old policies being pushed by the left, still the same leaders in power.
And really, the most disturbing part is everything that comes out of the House of Representatives that is considered America first will go to the Senate to die. It will not get a vote.
And there's Bono, huh? In the front row, you see that bottom center? Is that Bono?
Yeah.
Yes,
that is.
No doubt about it. So we'll see.
Yeah.
The left always bringing out the celebrities. That's what they like to do.
They love to tout Hollywood.
Let's hobnob.
Yep.
There's the president shaking hands with vice president and shaking hands with the speaker. They met privately recently. This is the first time we've seen them in a public place since he became speaker. Let's listen in to the applause and then hear from the president.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and the distinct honor to present to you the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. You can smile. It's okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Please. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, good to see you guys up there. Members of Congress. By the way, Chief Justice, I may need a court order. She gets to go to the game tomorrow, next week. I have to stay home. Got to work something out here. Members of the Cabinet, leaders of our military, Chief Justice, Associate Justice, and retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and to you, my fellow Americans. You know, I start tonight by congratulating the 118th Congress and the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, I want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to working with you. And I want to congratulate the new leader of the House Democrats, the first African-American minority leader in history, Hakeem Jeffries. He won in spite of the fact I campaigned for him. Congratulations to the longest-serving leader in the history of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell. Where are you, Mitch? And congratulations to Chuck Schumer, another term as Senate Minority Leader. I think you Only this time you have a slightly bigger majority, Mr. Leader. You're the majority leader. About that much bigger? Yeah, well, I tell you what. I want to give special recognition to someone who I think is going to be considered the greatest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Folks, the story of America is a story of progress and resilience, of always moving forward, of never, ever giving up. It's a story unique among all nations. We're the only country that has emerged from every crisis we've ever entered stronger than we got into it. Look, folks, that's what we're doing again. 2 years ago, the economy was reeling. I stand here tonight after we've created, with the help of many people in this room, 12 million new jobs, more jobs created in 2 years than any president's created in 4 years, because of you all, because of the American people. 2 years ago, and 2 years ago, COVID had shut down, our businesses were closed, our schools were robbed of so much, and today, COVID no longer controls our lives. And 2 years ago, democracy faced its greatest threats in the Civil War. And today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken. As we gather here tonight, we're writing the next chapter in the great American story, a story of progress and resilience. When world leaders ask me to define America, and they do, believe it or not, I say I can define it in one word, and I mean this: possibilities. We don't think anything is beyond our capacity. Everything is a possibility. You know, we're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe. You came together to pass once in a generation infrastructure law, building bridges connecting our nation and our people. We came together to pass the most significant law ever, helping victims exposed to toxic burn pit. And in fact, it's important. And in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan pieces of legislation since becoming president, from reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, the Electoral Count Reform Act, the Respect for Marriage Act that protects the right to marry the person you love, and to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think folks, you all are as formed as I am, but I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting, power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job, in my view. For decades, the middle class has been hollowed out in more than, and not no one administration, but for a long time. Too many good-paying manufacturing jobs move overseas. Factories closed down. Once thriving cities and towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be. Along the way, something else we lost: pride, our sense of self-worth. I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well.
I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. He really would say this. It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, folks, so let's look at the results. We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low. Near record unemployment. Near record unemployment for black and Hispanic workers. We've already created, your help, 800,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40 years. And where is it written? Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? And I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Folks, Inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain in Ukraine. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up. Additionally, over the last 2 years, a record 10 million Americans applied to start new businesses. 10 million. And by the way, every time someone starts a small business is an act of hope. And Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort to ensure that small businesses have access to capital and the historic laws we enacted that are going to just come into being. Standing here last year, I shared with you a story of American genius and possibilities. Semiconductors, small computer chips the size of a fingerprint that power everything, from cell phones to automobiles and so much more. These chips were invented in America. Let's get that straight. They were invented in America. We used to make 40% of the world's chips. In the last several decades, we lost our edge. We're down to only producing 10%. We all saw what happened during the pandemic when chip factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips, each of those automobiles. But American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up. People got laid off. So did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. That's why we came together to pass the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. Folks, I know I've been criticized for saying this, but I'm not changing my view. We're going to make sure the supply chain for America begins in America. The supply chain begins in America. We've already created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs without this law, before the law kicks in. With this new law, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. And I mean all across the country, throughout not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well. That's going to come from companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio, Intel is building semiconductor factories on 1,000 acres, literally a field of dreams. It's going to create 10,000 jobs, that one investment, 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 jobs in those factories once they're finished. They call them factors. jobs paying an average of $130,000 a year, and many do not require a college degree. Jobs. Because we work together, these jobs where people don't have to leave home to search for opportunity. And it's just getting started. Think about the new homes, the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses. So much more that's going to be needed to support those 3,000 permanent jobs and the factories that are going to be built. Talk to mayors and governors, Democrats and Republicans, and they'll tell you what that means for their communities. We're seeing these field of dreams transform to the heartland. But to maintain the strongest economy in the world, we need the best infrastructure in the world. And folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean this sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law, and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreaking. Look, this law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River, built 60 years ago, badly needed repairs, one of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, I've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans, and from both states, to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project. And while I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron Workers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky. The folks who built Cincinnati's skyline. Sarah said she can't wait to be 10 stories above the Ohio River building that new bridge. God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into 10 million homes in America, 400,000 school and child care centers. So every child in America can drink the water instead of having permanent damage to their brain. Look, we're making sure that every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again, I get criticized for this, but I make no excuses for it, we're going to buy American. We're going to buy America. Folks, and it's totally consistent with international trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but for too long, past administrations, Democrat and Republican, have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards that require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America. Made in America. I mean it. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, and American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks, my economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. Some of you listening to me tonight, I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America and make a real difference in your lives at home. For example, too many of you lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name happens if your spouse gets cancer, or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to have? You have money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. With the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interests to bring health care costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you in this chamber do, and in the audience. But every day, millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It cost the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging and all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma has been unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore. So many things that we did are only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this, and we said we passed the law to do it, but people didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicaid. People are just finding out. I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes and need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Folks, And Big Pharma's still going to do very well, I promise you all. I promise you they're going to do very well. This law also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. Costs, out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10,000, $11,000, $14,000, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. And if drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money, it cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars. Because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to keep their commitment to the seniors. Well, guess what? Instead of paying $400 or $500 a month, you're paying $15. That's a lot of savings for the federal government. And by the way, why wouldn't we want that? Now, some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so I'm going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay, that's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake, if you try anything to raise the cost of prescription drugs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, saving millions are saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage of Medicaid. Look, the Inflation Reduction Act is also the most significant investment ever in climate change. Ever. Lowering utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to New Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned, as I've observed from helicopters, than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires. Roads and water systems will withstand the next big flood. Clean energy to cut pollution and create jobs in communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBEW workers. And we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits to purchase electric vehicles and efficient appliances, energy-efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren, to confront it. I'm proud of how America, at last, is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while. But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We got to finish the job. And we pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. just began. Look, I'm a capitalist, but pay your fair share. I think a lot of you at home agree with me and many people that you know. The tax system is not fair. It is not fair. Look, the idea that in 2020, 55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, made $40 billion in profits and paid zero in federal taxes? Zero? Folks, it's simply not fair. But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God love them. 15%. That's less than a nurse pays. And I need to be crystal clear. I said at the very beginning, under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. Nobody, not one penny. But let's finish the job. There's more to do. We have to reward work, not just wealth. Pass my proposal for the billionaire minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. It's up from about 600 in the beginning of the term. But no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or firefighter. I mean it. Think about it. I mean, look. I know you aren't enthusiastic about that, but think about it. Think about it. Have you noticed Big Oil just reported its profits, record profits? Last year they made $200 billion in the midst of a global energy crisis. I think it's outrageous. Why? They invested too little of that profit to increase domestic production. And when I talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells, all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade. And that's going to exceed and beyond that. We're going to need it. Production. If they had, in fact, invested in the production to keep gas prices down, instead, they used the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding the CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing. That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments. They'll still make considerable profit. Let's finish the job and close the loopholes that allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce the deficit by $114 billion by cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. That's being fiscally responsible. In the last 2 years, my administration has cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion, the largest deficit reduction in American history. Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out. How did Congress respond to that debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster in the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned. Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority. Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. No, I tell you, I enjoy conversion. You know, it means if Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks, the idea is that we're not going to be moved into being threatened to default on the debt if we don't respond. Folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be stopped. All right. I'm ready. We got unanimity. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline for millions of seniors. Americans have to pay into them from the very first paycheck they started. So tonight, let's all agree, and we apparently are, let's stand up for seniors. Stand up and show them. We'll not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare. Those benefits belong to the American people. They earned it. And if anyone tries to cut Social Security, which apparently no one's going to do, and if anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto it. And look, I'm not going to allow them to be taken away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. But apparently it's not going to be a problem. Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their plan as well. I really mean it. Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. I can tell you, the plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Look. Here's the deal. They aren't just taking advantage of the tax code. They're taking advantage of you, the American consumer. Here's my message to all of you out there. I have your back. We're already preventing Americans from receiving surprise medical bills, stopping $1 billion surprise bills per month so far. We're protecting seniors' life savings by cracking down on nursing homes that commit fraud, endanger patient safety, prescribe drugs that are not needed. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can finally get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription. Look, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's extortion. It's exploitation. Last year, I cracked down with the help of many of you on foreign shipping companies that were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill that cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers, businessmen, and consumers. Let's finish the job. Pass the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and prevent big online platforms from giving their own products an unfair advantage. My administration is also taking on junk fees, those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more. For example, we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front, refund your money if your flight is canceled or delayed. We reduced exorbitant bank overdrafts by saving consumers more than $1 billion a year. We're cutting credit card late fees by 75% from $30 to $8. Look, junk fees may not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter to most other folks in homes like the one I grew up in, like many of you did. They add up to hundreds of dollars a month. They make it harder for you to pay your bills or afford that family trip. I know how unfair it feels when a company overcharges you and gets away with it. Not anymore. We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the Junk Fee Prevention Act. We're going to ban surprise resort fees that hotels charge on your bill. Those fees can cost you up to $90 a night at hotels that aren't even resorts. The idea that cable, internet, and cell phone companies can charge you $200 or more if you decide to switch to another provider. Give me a break. We can stop service fees on tickets to concerts and sporting events and make companies disclose all the fees up front. And we'll prohibit airlines from charging $50 round trip for a family just to be able to sit together. Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage. Americans are tired of being. We're tired of being played for suckers. So pass Junk Fee Prevention Act so companies stop ripping us off. For too long, workers have been getting stiffed, but not anymore. We're beginning to restore the dignity of work. For example, I should have known this, but I didn't until 2 years ago. 30 million workers have to sign non-compete agreements for the jobs they take. 30 million. So a cashier at a burger place can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. But they just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up. But not anymore. We're banning those agreements so companies have to compete for workers and pay them what they're worth. And I must tell you, this is bound to get a response from my friends on my left but the right. I'm so sick and tired of companies breaking the law by preventing workers from organizing. Pass the PRO Act, because business have a right. Workers have a right to form a union. And let's guarantee all workers have a living wage. Let's make sure working parents can afford to raise a family with sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That's going to enable millions of more people to go and stay at work. And let's restore the full child tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room and cut child poverty in half to the lowest level in history. And by the way, when we do all these things, we increase productivity. We increase economic growth. So let's finish the job and get more families access to affordable, quality housing. Let's get seniors who want to stay in their homes the care they need to do so. Let's give more breathing room to millions of family caregivers looking after their loved ones. Pass my plan so we get seniors and people with disabilities the home care and services they need. And support the workers who are doing God's work. These plans are fully paid for and we can afford to do them. Restoring the dignity of work means making education an affordable ticket to the middle class. You know, when we made public education, 12 years of it, universal in the last century, we made the best educated, best paid, we became the best educated, best paid nation in the world. But the rest of the world's caught up. It's caught up. Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. Any nation that out-educates is going to out-compete us. Folks, we all know 12 years of education is not enough to win the economic competition of 21st century. We want to have the best educated workforce. Let's finish the job by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. Studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree, no matter their background they came from. Let's give public school teachers a raise. We're making progress by reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants for working and middle-class families. Let's finish the job and connect students to career opportunities starting in high school. Provide access to 2 years of community college, the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not. And folks, in the midst of the COVID crisis, when schools were closed and we were shutting down everything, let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up, and soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving, children orphaned. Empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then, we've recovered billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars from the American people. And the data shows that for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much. It matters. It matters. Look, COVID left its scars, like the spike in violent crime in 2020, the first year of the pandemic. We have an obligation to make sure all people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, as all of us know. But too often that trust is violated. Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. We had to bury Tyree last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children, I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. With the faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and carry that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responder professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. And when police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, folks, it's difficult, but it's simple. All of us in this chamber, we need to rise to this moment. We can't turn away. Let's do what we know in our hearts that we need to do. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something. Do something. That was the plea of parents who lost their children in Uvalde. I met with every one of them. Do something about gun violence. Thank God. Thank God we did. Passing the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades. That includes things like that the majority of responsible gun owners already support. Enhanced background checks for 18 to 21 years old. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of people who are a danger to themselves and others. But we know our work is not done. Joining us tonight is Brandon Say, a 26-year-old hero Brandon put his college dreams on hold to be at his mom's side. His mom's side when she was dying from cancer. And Brandon now works at the dance studio started by his grandparents. And 2 weeks ago, during the Lunar New Year celebrations, he heard the studio door close, and he saw a man standing there pointing a semi-automatic pistol at him. He thought he was going to die, but he thought about the people inside. And in that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestle the semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman who had already killed 11 people in another dance studio. 11. He saved lives. It's time we do the same. Ban assault weapons now. Ban them now. Once and for all. I led the fight to do that in 1994. In 10 years, that ban was law and mass shootings went down. After we let it expire in the Republican administration, mass shootings tripled. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. And let's also come together on immigration. Make it a bipartisan issue once again. We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Here in the People's House, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right and Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade. Give every woman a constitutional right. The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. But already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. Let's remember the world's watching. I spoke from this chamber 1 year ago, just days after Vladimir Putin unleashed his brutal attack against Ukraine. A murderous assault, evoking images of death and destruction Europe suffered in World War II. Putin's invasion has been a test for the ages, a test for America, a test for the world. Would we stand for the most basic of principles? Would we stand for sovereignty? Would we stand for the right of people to live free of tyranny? Would we stand for the defense of democracy? For such defense matters to us because it keeps peace and prevents open season on would-be aggressors and threatens our prosperity. 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would, and we did. We did. And together, we did what America always does at our best. We led. We united NATO. We built a global coalition. We stood against Putin's aggression. We stood with the Ukrainian people tonight. We're once again joined by Ukrainian's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Our ambassador is here, united. We're united in our support of your country. Will you stand so we can all take a look at you? Thank you. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. Investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating. Investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. Look, let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never. Well, when I came to office, most assured that bipartisanship assumed was impossible, but never believed it. That's why a year ago I offered a unity agenda to the nation as I stood here. We made real progress together. We passed a law making it easy for doctors to prescribe effective treatments for opioid addiction. We passed the gun safety law, making historic investments in mental health. We launched the ARPA-H drive for breakthrough in the fights against cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and so much more. We passed the Heath Robinson PACT Act, named after the late Iraq War veteran whose story about exposure to toxic burn kits I shared here last year. I understand something about those burn pits, but there's so much more to do. And we can do it together. Joining us tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared a story all too familiar to millions of Americans and many of you in the audience. Courtney discovered pills in high school. It spiraled into addiction and eventually death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worst pain. Yet their family has turned pain to purpose, working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. You got it. So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale and trafficking with more drug detection machines, inspection cargo, stop pills and powder at the border. Working with couriers like FedEx to inspect more packages for drugs. Strong penalties to crack down on fentanyl trafficking. Second, let's do more on mental health, especially for our children. When millions of young people are struggling with bullying, violence, trauma, we owe them greater access to mental health care at their schools. We must finally hold social media companies accountable for experimenting they're doing running children for profit. It's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online. Ban targeted advertising to children and impose stricter limits on the personal data that companies collect on all of us. Third, let's do more to keep this nation's one truly sacred obligation to equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Job training, job placement for veterans and their spouses as they come to return to civilian life. Helping veterans afford the rent, because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served the country. Dennis McDonough is here of the VA. We had a first real discussion when I asked him to take the job. I'm glad he did. We were losing up to 25 veterans a day on suicide. Now we're losing 17 a day to the silent scourge of suicide. 17 veterans a day are committing suicide. More than all the people being killed in the wars. Folks, VA is doing everything it can, including expanding mental health screening, proven programs that recruits veterans to help other veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need. We got to do more. And fourth, last year, Jill and I reignited the cancer moonshot that I was able to start with President Obama asked me to lead our administration on this issue. Our goal is to cut the cancer death rates at least by 50% in the next 25 years. Turn more cancers from death sentences to treatable diseases. Provide more support for patients and their families. It's personal to so many of us in this audience. Joining us are Morris and Candice, an Irishman and the daughter of immigrants from Panama. They met and fell in love in New York City and got married in the same chapel as Jill and I got married in New York City. Kindred spirits. He wrote us a letter about his little daughter, Ava, and I saw her just before I came over. She was just a year old when she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease, cancer. After 26 blood transfusions, 11 rounds of radiation, 8 rounds of chemo, 1 kidney removed, giving a 5% survival rate. He wrote how in the darkest moments he thought, if she goes, I can't stay. Many of you have been through that as well. Jill and I understand that like so many of you. And he read Jill's book describing our family's cancer journey and how we tried to steal moments of joy where we could with Bo. For them, that glimmer of joy was the half smile of their baby girl. It meant everything to them. They never gave up hope. Little Ava never gave up hope. She turns 4 next month. They just found out Ava's beating the odds, is on her way to being cured of cancer. And she's watching from the White House tonight, and she's not asleep already. The lives we can save. For the lives we can save and the lives we've lost, let this be a truly American moment that rallies the country and the world together and proves that we can still do big things. 20 years ago, under the leadership of President Bush and countless advocates and champions, he undertook a bipartisan effort through PEPFAR to transform the global fight against HIV/AIDS. It's been a huge success. He thought big. He thought large. He moved. I believe we can do the same thing with cancer. Let's end cancer as we know it. Cure some cancers once and for all. Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. For the last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie assailed and unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong and as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up. But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress that fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. And we must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best. Optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea. The only one. Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity. But we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon of the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Joe Biden for over an hour, yelling, meandering. A lot of division in that House chamber. I know many years ago when I was covering Barack Obama as president, this is Ed Henry, Karen Turk. We have Chad Wolf, as well as Mark Lotter from the America First Policy Institute. Chad, I remember covering Barack Obama, and it was Congressman Joe Wilson who shouted, "You lie." And it became this big fight nationally. There were multiple moments in that chamber tonight where there was division, there was shouting. Biden was goading Republicans. There was a moment where he claimed falsely that Republicans want to sunset Medicare, as in kill Medicare for old people. It's just not true. There might be some bill that one person introduced a couple years. It's not really Republican policy. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, to her credit, shouted out, "Liar." And others were shouting as well. What's your reaction, a big picture? We'll get into specific issues, but a remarkable address in terms of how he was meandering, angry, yelling.
Well, I think the one word I would describe is uninspiring, almost boring. I don't think you heard anything new that you didn't expect. And I agree with you. He was angry. I don't know who he's yelling at.
Yeah.
I guess he's yelling at the American public, but I don't think the American public wants to hear the president yell at them.
Right.
So I thought that was strange as well. A number of lies, a number of just inaccurate statements that the president made across the realm on a variety of policy issues. I think that was interesting. I think the first probably 20 minutes of this was probably the strongest. He talked about the economy, and we could see some of the numbers on the screen now. It was probably his strongest piece, and then it kind of went downhill after
I want to
that.
bring in Karen, but on the numbers, talking to Brad Parscale, and we've been doing this wonderful data. You see it at the bottom of the screen still, as Joe Biden is still in the chamber and makes his way out, of the approval and disapproval, essentially, of Joe Biden as a candidate in 2024 on various issues. Let's start with Chad's positive point, which is that all he kept saying, it was almost like an idiot savant, jobs, 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 because Brad's numbers say jobs is his best issue because unemployment is low, but the rest of the economy is a disaster. You know, housing has changed, interest rates. You talk about inflation and what it's doing to people's wages. So he just kept repeating the word jobs over and over.
And people in our chat were talking about, in the Getter chat, were talking about the fact that COVID was what killed these jobs, and now he's taking responsibility for the jobs that were lost over COVID. And then he was meandering and talking about things about airline fees and, charges and things that the American people don't care about, just to meander in another direction.
Mark, I had a friend, to Karen's point, text me during the speech. We all have friends watching saying, what do you... And this friend said he's talking about airline junk baggage fees, to Karen's point, when our southern border is not secure and terrorists are coming in, and our priority is baggage fees?
Yeah, it's so divorced from reality. That's what we said going into it. And I'm wondering if he thought we knew going into it that the talking point was that he's not getting credit for all he's done.
Yeah.
Well, don't be angry at us about that. I mean, it seemed like he was
Is that
like
why he
trying
was
to
yelling?
shout us that maybe we would start paying attention. But to your point, baggage fees and bounce check fees
McDonald's workers and
when people
cashiers.
can't afford eggs.
Yeah.
I
want Chad to come in on some other issues, but I want to reset and let everyone know we're live on Long Island, the America First Warehouse. What do you think? You guys still here? So much energy all night. A lot of patriots. I want to give everybody an A+ because there was a lot of. It's easy to be deflated listening to what I think Chad Wolf said perfectly, an uninspiring State of the Union. But people stayed for a number of reasons. Let's reset. Sarah Huckabee Sanders will be speaking with the official Republican response in a few moments. You want to hear that? We'll carry that live. In a moment, we're going to play you Donald Trump's full response. We played a small clip a little while ago. But let's see on that data. You've seen it on the screen. You see it on the bottom there. Chad, and then everyone jump in. Brad Parscale's data there, Pulse of the People. Joe Biden talked about police reform and whatnot. On violent crime, he is deeply underwater. At one point, the disapproval on the issue of violent crime, these Democrat cities, 70%. On the issue of police, how is he handling police? At one point, I saw 57% disapproval. The number jumps around. On your bailiwick, border security, disapproval is like 66% at one point. I could go on guns. He talked about banning and assault weapons now. 71% disapproval on guns. So we talked about, to be fair, that on the economy and jobs, he focused the first 20 minutes. But on these issues that people at the kitchen table, violent crime, can my kids get to school safely? Violent crime, deeply, deeply underwater. Your reaction?
When he talks about security, that's where he goes underwater on his issues because he doesn't have the American people behind him. The solutions that he is proposing is at odds with what the majority of the American people want. So whether you look at the border, or you look at law enforcement, you look at violent crime in major cities, all of that's trending in the wrong direction for the president. I think that's bared out by the numbers. Nothing that he said tonight is going to change that. He doubled down on a couple of things. He wants to ban assault weapons again. There's no proven data that says that actually works. He mentioned the border. I have, over 7,000 words in that speech, probably a little bit more. I think he mentioned border and immigration, about 150 words of that 7,000. That shows you that's not where his priorities are. He had to mention it to check a box. But that's not where he wants to go at the end of the day. So I think that was also remarkable. He talked about fentanyl. He talked about the success of interdicting so much fentanyl. What he didn't talk about is the 100,000 Americans dead because of his policies at the border are enriching cartel members, which are funneling more and more, smuggling more and more of that drug across the border. He talked about China. He talked about standing strong against China.
His numbers were negative on disapproval, big time.
As Mark said, he just got beat by a balloon. So it doesn't make any sense.
Well, Karen told me that MTV was trying to bring a balloon
She
in.
had a white balloon on her way there. I don't know if she made it into the chamber, but she carried it all the way there.
So I think as the speech went on, I think his numbers got worse. I think his message got worse because his policies got worse. I think that bears it out.
His presidency has gotten worse. Let's reset. We're waiting for Governor Sanders. As I mentioned, we're also going to go live in a couple moments in North Carolina, get the pulse of the people with Hogan Gidley from the America First Policy Institute. We have David Zier here getting the pulse of the people. But real quick, let's hear from Donald Trump before we hear from Governor Sanders. Here's the response from Donald Trump. It's short and sweet. Watch.
Here's the real State of the Union. Over the past 2 years under Biden, millions and millions of illegal aliens from 160 different countries have stormed across our southern border. Drug cartels are now raking in billions of dollars from smuggling poison to kill our people and to kill our children. Savage killers, rapists, and violent criminals are being released from jail to continue their crime wave. And under Biden, the murder rate has reached the highest in the history of our country. Biden and the radical Democrats have wasted trillions of dollars and caused the worst inflation in half a century. Real wages are down 21 months in a row. Gas prices have soared and are now going up much higher than even before. And the typical American family is paying $2,200 in increased energy and food costs each year. Joe Biden's weaponized Justice Department, and I'm a victim of it, is persecuting his political opponents. His administration is waging war on free speech. They're trying to indoctrinate and mutilate our children. He's leading us to the brink of World War III. And on top of all of that, he's the most corrupt president in American history, and it's not even close. But the good news is we are going to reverse every single crisis, calamity, and disaster that Joe Biden has created. I am running for president to end the destruction of our country and to complete the unfinished business of making America great again. We will make our country better than ever before, and we will always put America first. Thank you.
There's the 45th, maybe 47th president as well. A big roar here, Karen, from the room at the America First warehouse.
Putting America first. He said it best. He said it first, and we're here, and that's what it should be all about. It's not about the man, Donald Trump. It's about the American people and putting America
and
first
the America
for them.
First movement. You're right. Mark, real quick.
Donald Trump said in a minute 20 what it took an hour and 20 for Biden to do.
The president spoke to the American people. Former president, current president yelled at him.
Yeah.
And I think there's a dramatic difference in you saw and heard the America First approach that President Trump.
No doubt. We also we saw and heard that. We want to see and hear all of you here. We the people, the real American voices. Our own David Zier is here. Let's go to him first, and then we'll go to Hogan down in North Carolina. David, who do you have?
Gio and Christine Eckersley here, two wonderful patriots here at the America First warehouse. And there's an emotional response to what went on in the rotunda or in the gallery at the Capitol tonight. You're upset. Tell me your story.
I have a mom who is suffering from stage 4 dementia, and she's out of money, and I'm out of money, and I need to put her away.
How much is that? How much do they want?
$15,000 a month.
Right. So how does that make you feel when people come across the border illegally, put up in $500 a night hotels, get $2,500 a month in housing money and welfare and food stamps? How does that make you feel?
Beyond angry that this woman was born here, raised here. Yeah. They paid taxes. My father worked.
Yeah. Do you think Biden addressed any of those issues tonight?
No.
All right. So, Stephanie Liggio, tell us about, you had an interesting commentary about, this is called Pulse of the People, this show. Do you think Biden had the pulse of the people?
Absolutely not, David. What happened in that Capitol building tonight was that Joe Biden spoke to the members of Congress. He spoke to the Senate and to the House, and he said, this is where I'm willing to negotiate. These are the issues I want to talk about, and this is how I'm going to handle it.
Right. So do you feel he addressed the people of the United States?
Absolutely not. He's not. This young lady here, her needs were not spoken about tonight, and he is not looking at what's affecting our everyday pockets. Absolutely not.
Yeah, you heard it here, and obviously he doesn't have the finger on the pulse of the American people, right?
David Zier, great job as always with those real American voices. Let's keep pushing it forward. Hogan Gidley from the America First Policy Institute is live in the great state of North Carolina. He has some real American voices as well. Hogan, who do you have? What do they think about the big speech?
Well, I got a couple folks with me. We are positioned actually right in between Charlotte and Asheville in Rutherford County, so kind of equidistant from those two places. And I got two great Americans with me today, Yvette and Theo. And you and I were speaking when we were off camera here. Talk about what you wanted to hear tonight, the issue that you're most focused on, and then how did Joe Biden address it, or did he at all?
Well, my most important issue is I'm Hispanic, so immigration, the wall, all of that's very important to me. And one of the things he said was the way he was going to address it was let's spend more money on equipment and more officers, which we already had in the Trump administration. So my favorite thing he said was Americans are tired of being suckers. I think that
it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because after all, it's not the money being spent, it's the policy that obviously changed. It was the big problem. And you mentioned in studio there that one of the biggest disapprovals that Joe Biden faced was on the border at 66%. And Theo, you're a retired state trooper from the state of Florida, but you also have a son at the southern border. So if you could, tell us what he's facing right now, and is the way the media portrays this as being kind of all fine and very orderly, what son is seeing along the border?
They're catering the message. When I talk to my son, he's down there. Every parent who has a child in the military ought to be concerned. This president is weak. He is not strong on defense. If he was, he would have completed that wall. He would have done what's necessary to protect us. The fentanyl is coming in here and killing our kids. We're seeing it go exponentially all over this country, but yet we hear how he wants to make things better and stronger. It's all a lie. No American is believing any of this crap.
Well, in large part, when you say I want to stop fentanyl, that's a great goal, but you can't stop fentanyl if you leave the border wide open for the cartels to ship in their product into this country. One of the biggest issues, obviously, facing America today is national security, and that starts at the southern border. We've seen now many terrorists being arrested at the southern border, people from terrorist nations, too. And I'll tell you, in the room here, a lot of jeers, a lot of anger, a lot of laughter during this speech at different times. But the one time where everyone in here got really loud was on the issue of the southern border. People are furious out here in real America, concerned about what they're seeing with the drug cartels and the human trafficking and the child smuggling. It is crippling this nation. The people here in Rutherford County, North Carolina, understand that. They want to change, and it's not about the money, as you, Yvette and Theo, you just said. It's about the policy. We had policies that made the southern border safe, that made the southern border secure, and made us feel like there was kind of some rational movement back and forth across that border. Right now, we don't have it, and that's really evident. The people in this room not happy about that part of the speech at all. But I will say, don't want to speak for everybody in here, but I know they're pretty excited about Sarah Sanders coming up shortly.
Your former colleague at the White House. Great job, Hogan. Stand by. If you get more Real Americans, let us know. We'll try to get you back in after Sarah comes up to the plate. That's coming in just a couple moments. We'll go there live. Hogan was making a great point about the policies that were being implemented at the border under Donald Trump. And we have the good fortune of having the man who's actually implementing those policies, former Secretary of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf. What's your reaction when you hear those Real Americans talking like that?
Well, I think, when you have folks in North Carolina concerned about the southern border, I think what that tells you is that every community across this country is a border community, because what comes across that border does not stay there. It goes to all parts of the country. But I thought it was interesting, right? This is another, it's out of the playbook of the Biden administration, which is I have a problem, so let's spend more money. Yeah. Let's spend more money to get more officers down there. You can't spin your way out of this crisis. This is not a crisis of resources or money. It's a crisis because you have a bad policy in place. So we should not continue to fund bad policies that we have done over the past 2 years going forward.
Well,
I think that's
to your
critically
point,
important.
Karen, I want you to react. Brad Parscale's numbers with Nucleus, he tells me it's going to stay up for at least an hour after the Biden speech. I'm watching as Chad is talking. Border security disapproval when he started was at 72%. It's up to 74%, not for Chad, but for Joe Biden in terms of approve or disapprove of him in terms of as his candidacy in 2024 on these specific issues. So that's the whole point of this data, which is not just measuring what people are saying on social media, but trying to sort of extrapolate how that may lead to action in the 2024 campaign. On the issue of the border, not a surprise perhaps, but Democrats talk a good game about how they support him. No. 74% of the country disapproving of where Biden is on border.
There's so many layers to it, whether you're talking economy or we're talking about fentanyl earlier. It's affecting so many things for real Americans at home. The border crisis is number one. It's at the top of a lot of their minds.
We're standing by for Sarah Sanders, governor of Arkansas, but I want to bring you in as well. And it's really interesting because China was the one I was searching for. Approval for Joe Biden, 34%. 66% mark disapproval on China. It just went up to 67 as we speak. Those margins change. Scooping up social media. What are people saying as they digest the speech in real time? China is something that it's not a surprise because of the spy balloon, but you add in the money that came from China to Hunter Biden, the business dealings, the laptop, the classified documents. This is a mess.
No, and people are realizing it now. I think they can see it. And it's not just a conceptual problem anymore. They see it, they know the threat that's posed, and they see the weakness in the balloon, but they see the weakness in other areas as well. And it's now starting to manifest itself that he's not the leader to take on China.
No doubt about it.
Because the balloon was so visible, does it make people more aware? Will it really change anything?
You have to wonder.
Will it bring more attention, at least, and bring negative attention for this administration? Good question. I want to add something else before we get back to David's ear. I'm watching the numbers on education. So education is something that Democrats, I mean, they own the teachers' unions. You would think on the issue of education, they have a big edge over Republicans. Looking at Brad Parscale's data at Nucleus, on education, it's changing, but a moment ago, it was 51% approval for Biden, 49% disapprove, meaning it's a 50-50 issue right now for Republicans. That's kind of good news for Republicans from a policy standpoint when Democrats spend all this time buying the teachers' unions, trying to control education policy from the federal government on down. You want it at the state level. You want to give the power back to the states. How do you read that 50-50 issue for Republicans?
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. I think what we've historically seen, that's 65-35 or maybe even 70-30.
Right.
The Democrats have had the edge when it comes to education policy. I think what 2020 and COVID demonstrated is that they don't have the American interest and children's interest first. They are in the pocket of the teachers union. So I think that's starting to change here a little bit, and I think Americans are picking up on that, and that's reflected in those numbers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I believe we have Steve Yates available live, who's an expert on China issues. How fortunate are we? There you are, Steve. He's live. Let's deal you into the conversation. Good evening and welcome. What are your thoughts? We were talking a moment ago. We're bouncing from issue to issue, but we have this real-time data. On the issue of China, 69% disapproval for Joe Biden. The spy balloon is obviously a big part of that. The Hunter Biden laptop is a whole other matter as well. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the data clearly show that the American people get it, and we need to get China policy back on track, building from the grassroots up. Like a lot of policies that AFPI works on, we're dealing with the laboratories of democracy and policy innovation of the states, especially with the Biden White House really not taking common sense for policy. I couldn't even understand what the president was trying to say when he was yelling at the audience about nobody wants to change positions with Xi Jinping. It was just sort of gobbledygook for that point. And then when he wanted to talk about standing up for American sovereignty, well, it's all well and good to stand up for American sovereignty, leaving the balloon to violate our airspace for multiple days, and we'll pop it on the way out. It made no sense at all.
Yeah, where was he in terms of standing up for sovereignty as this played out for almost a week?
Let this go on, and it was only because it was pointed out did they even admit it.
Chad, do you want to jump in as well, please?
No, I think that's right. I think a lot of what the president articulated, or at least tried to articulate tonight about China, made no sense. And I think that's reflected in some of these numbers. We've talked about it. There's no coherent strategy from this administration to talk about China as they are, which is an adversary to the United States. You won't hear that type of language. We talk about it a lot, Steve and I and others at AFPI. You won't hear that from this administration.
Yeah, Steve Yates is still with us as well. I see you nodding. Jump in. What's next here? Because we have an administration that was weak on the world stage on the balloon, as Karen pointed out. As Chad says, this is a major national security issue. And you have a president that may be compromised because of his son's business dealings. What's the future here? What's your prediction?
Well, there's two levels that we're going to be working very hard on to try to build up America. One is with the new Select Committee in the House of Representatives. It presents a unique opportunity to tie together this Communist Party challenge in foreign and domestic affairs and across different issues. It's not just a foreign policy challenge where meetings can allegedly solve things. We need real work. We're also engaging with governors and state legislatures. There's a movement to try to protect our ag land, try to protect all kinds of property, especially around sensitive facilities. And governors that are standing out and leading on this are meeting with strong support from their constituents, and that's going to be the way forward over the next couple of years, because I don't think Xi Jinping is afraid of Joe Biden.
Yeah, there's land being bought around military bases. What do you think, Chet?
Yeah, it's a great point that Steve brings up, which is when the Biden administration fails to lead, you got to turn to the states. And so whether we have states that are talking about blocking Chinese purchase of ag lands, or we talk about Governor Abbott down in the state of Texas taking on more on that border security challenge that the federal government is, not doing at the end of the day. So I think as the federal government and the Biden administration fails to lead, you're going to see states on a variety of different issues start to take the mantle up and say, look, we've got to look out for the American people, and we are going to start to lead.
Absolutely. We got to get to Governor Sanders in just a minute. Final point real quick, Steve.
Well, I really wish that the president might have spent more than, say, 30 seconds on the greatest challenge to America's future and its way of life. Sort of like Chad and the border issues, you can tell where his priorities are by the scarcity of words he wasted tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve Yates, we appreciate your insight. America First Policy Institute. You can find him online. Let's quickly stay in the room here on Long Island. David Zier's got a couple of Real American Voices. Let's sneak them in before we go live to Arkansas. David, real quick, who do you have?
Well, there's a reason why these people are involved in this movement, right? And a guy who's a very close friend of mine, he's been a supporter for a long time of the America First Warehouse, the America Project, Matt Kochman. And tell us your story.
Well, unfortunately, we recently attended a conference in Arizona, the America Conference, and the America Project Border 911. We were there because we had the unfortunate experience of having 2 fentanyl poisonings last year. Their objective is to make people aware of the fact that all this poison is coming across the border, and we need to make these cartels terrorist organizations.
And you lost 2 relatives due to fentanyl in 1 year.
In a year. It's a disgusting thing. The administration is aware of it. It's a war on the middle class, and they just don't care. They just don't care.
Well, it's very moving, and we very sorry for your loss. And again, there's a reason why these people are here.
All right, David. We appreciate it. We certainly grieve your loss there, David. I got to take it back. Governor Sanders live in Arkansas. Let's listen in.
Every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from President Biden. From out of control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China. Biden and the Democrats have failed you. They know it, and you know it. And it's time for a change. Tonight, let us reaffirm our commitment to a timeless American idea that government exists not to rule the people, but to serve the people. Democrats want to rule us with more government control, but that's not who we are. America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country the world has ever known, with a people who are strong and resilient. 5 months ago, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. It was a hard time for our family, particularly our kids, Scarlett, Huck, and George. But we kept our faith and persevered. Thanks to exceptional doctors here in Arkansas, a successful surgery, and the grace of God, I am cancer-free. Through it all, I couldn't help but think about my mom. She was 20 years old and into her first year of marriage when she was diagnosed with spinal cancer. The doctors told her she might not live, and if she did live, they said she'd never walk again. And if she did walk, she'd definitely never have children. The daughter she was told she'd never have was just sworn in as the new governor of Arkansas and is speaking to you tonight. Adversity and fear of the unknown can paralyze us, but faith propels us to charge boldly ahead. We can't stand still in the face of great challenges. You and I were put on this earth for such a time as this, to charge boldly ahead. I'll be the first to admit, President Biden and I don't have a lot in common. I'm for freedom, he's for government control. At 40, I'm the youngest governor in the country. And at 80, he's the oldest president in American history. I'm the first woman to lead my state, and he's the first man to surrender his presidency to a woke mob that can't even tell you what a woman is. In the radical left's America, Washington taxes you and lights your hard-earned money on fire. But you get crushed with high gas prices, empty grocery shelves, and our children are taught to hate one another on account of their race, but not to love one another or our great country. Whether Joe Biden believes this madness or is simply too weak to resist it, his administration has been completely hijacked by the radical left. The dividing line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal or crazy. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership. Upon taking office just a few weeks ago, I signed executive orders to ban CRT, racism, and indoctrination in our schools, eliminate the use of derogatory term Latinx in our government, repealed COVID orders, and said never again to authoritarian mandates and shutdowns. Americans want common sense from their leaders, but in Washington, the Biden administration is doubling down on crazy. President Biden inherited the fastest economic recovery on record, the most secure border in history, cheap, abundant, homegrown energy, fast rising wages, a rebuilt military, and a world that was stable and at peace. But over the last 2 years, Democrats destroyed it all. Despite Democrats' trillions in reckless spending and mountains of debt, we now have the worst border crisis in American history. As a mom, my heart breaks for every parent who has lost a son or daughter to addiction. 100,000 Americans a year are now killed from drug overdoses, largely from fentanyl pouring across our southern border. Yet the Biden administration refuses to secure the border and save American lives. And after years of Democrat attacks on law enforcement and calls to defund the police, violent criminals roam free, while law-abiding families live in fear. Beyond our border from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols, all while big government colludes with big tech to strip away the most American thing there is, your freedom of speech. That's not normal. It's crazy, and it's wrong. Make no mistake, Republicans will not surrender this fight. We will lead with courage and do what's right, not what's politically correct or convenient. Republicans believe in an America where strong families thrive in safe communities, where jobs are abundant and paychecks are rising, where the freedom our veterans shed their blood to defend is the birthright of every man, woman, and child. These are the principles Republican governors are fighting for, and in Washington, under the leadership of Senate Republicans and Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we will hold the Biden administration accountable. Down the street from where I sit is my alma mater, Little Rock Central High. As a student there, I will never forget watching my dad, Governor Mike Huckabee, and President Bill Clinton hold the doors open to the Little Rock Nine. Doors that 40 years earlier had been closed to them because they were Black. Today, those children once barred from the schoolhouse are now heroes memorialized in bronze at our State House. I'm proud of the progress our country has made, and I believe giving every child access to a quality education, regardless of their race or income, is the civil rights issue of our day. Tomorrow, I will unveil an education package that will be the most far-reaching, bold, conservative education reform in the country. My plan empowers parents with real choices, improves literacy and career readiness, and helps put a good teacher in every classroom by increasing their starting salary from one of the lowest to one of the highest in the nation. Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty. We will educate, not indoctrinate our kids, and put students on a path to success. It's time for a new generation to lead. This is our moment. This is our opportunity. A new generation born in the waning decades of the last century, shaped by economic booms and stock market busts, forged by the triumph of the Cold War and the tragedy of 9/11. A generation brimming with passion and new ideas to solve age-old problems. A generation moored to our deepest values and oldest traditions, yet unafraid to challenge the present order and find a better way forward. If we seize this moment together, America can once again be the land of the free and the home of the brave. During my 2.5 years at the White House, I traveled on every foreign trip with the president. A trip I will never forget was on December 25th of 2018. My husband Brian and I had just cleaned up wrapping paper that was shoved into every corner of our house, thanks to our 3 kids. When I had to walk out on my own family's Christmas, unable to tell them where I was going that night, because the place I'd be traveling was so dangerous, they didn't want anybody to know that the president was going to be on the ground, even for a few hours. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. Our phones and computers shut down and turned in. We were going completely off the grid. Nearly 12 hours later, in the pitch black of night, we landed in the war-torn part of Western Iraq. It was again a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only thing you could see was coming from about a mile away. In a dining hall were hundreds of troops who were in the fight against ISIS, had gathered expecting to celebrate Christmas with senior military leadership from around the region. They had absolutely no idea that the president and first lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a scene and a sound I hope I never forget. The room erupted. Men and women from every race, religion, and region, every political party, every demographic you can imagine, started chanting in perfect unison over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. It was an absolutely perfect picture of what makes our country great. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And the president said, "And son, I'm here because of you." Shortly after, that young soldier came up to me. He said, "Sarah, you have a tough job." I told him, "What I do is nothing. You take bombs and bullets. That's a tough job." And in a moment that I know I'll cherish for the rest of my life, that soldier reached up and he pulled the Brave Rifles patch he wore on his shoulder, and he placed it into my hand, a sign of ultimate respect. And he said, "Sarah, we are in this together." Overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, I just hugged him with tears in my eyes and a grateful heart for our heroes who keep us free. That young man and everyone who has served before him all of those who serve alongside him, and the thousands we know who will be called upon to serve after him deserve to know they have a country and a community back home doing our part in the fight for freedom. America is great because we are free. But today, our freedom is under attack, and the America we love is in danger. President Biden and the Democrats have failed you, and it's time for a change. A new generation of Republican leaders are stepping up, not to be caretakers of the status quo, but to be change makers for the American people. We know not what the future holds, but we know who holds the future in his hands. And with God as our witness, we will show the world that America is still the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
And that was Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Well, that was a speech, wasn't it? I wanted to let the reaction breathe because this America First warehouse lit up in a way that they did not when they listened to Joe Biden. And I want to pick up on Chad Wolf. He picked one word on Joe Biden, uninspiring. Karen, as the woman on the panel, wow.
Wow. Inspiring and a woman of faith, too. Beautiful.
Chad?
Well, I think my one word is superstar. I think we have a superstar in the making with Governor Sanders. I think it was a positive speech. There was a vision there. I think Joe Biden has, probably 60 years on her. And she just, she shined, right? She shined
40 years.
this night. And, I don't know what to say. That's an elegant speech. She didn't yell at the American people.
Right.
It was a positive, uplifting,
inspiring
message.
One might say.
Inspiring, particularly, there at the end, when you talked about the military, she talked about her time with President Trump. I don't think anyone can really imagine any member of this administration talking about President Biden walking into a military dining hall and the place erupt for him. It just wouldn't happen.
No, there's been video of members of the military looking at him perplexed when he comes into dining halls. And
When
he was
wanders
eating
around eating pizza?
Right, and he was eating the pizza before others ate. And usually the powerful wait and the leaders wait for the grunt servicemen and women to eat first. That's the rule.
But I think she did what President Trump has a knack for, which is just speaking directly to the American people and talking about that America first. And I think you saw that. You didn't see that with President Biden at all.
Mark, she said it's now become normal versus crazy.
Yeah, the thing about Sarah, this was the perfect blend. She brought the fire, and she called it. She called it out, but she wasn't angry about it, and she was connecting with people in that way where she could blend the attack with the positive vision for the future that we need. It's something we were talking about earlier today, that we've got to transition from just being angry about it to what are we going to do about it and being hopeful. I think that speech delivered.
Her speech was relatable, and when Biden gets up there and speaks, people can't relate to it. You can relate to her because she's real, and she's sharing some of herself with you in the speech, which is something I've never seen him do.
Great point. Let's bring in John Solomon and Amanda Head. Just the news, no noise. 6 p.m. Eastern every single weeknight. I hope you're watching. You should be watching. John, let's start with Amanda. We started with you last time. Amanda, this female governor came out both guns blazing. She said, I'm young, he's old, comparing himself to Biden. To Chad's point, 40 years difference. First female governor of Arkansas. He's the first president, I'm paraphrasing, to give up the presidency to the woke mob who can't even come up with a definition of a woman. It was remarkable, Amanda.
Yeah, it was incredible. Like you said, normal versus crazy. That's the ecosystem in which we live here in America. She was spectacular. She's the epitome. She's from Arkansas. She's Southern. She's a steel magnolia. She is a velvet hammer. She threads that needle so well between being tough but also being kind and showing joy and hope for the future of America. You contrast that with Joe Biden. I know that Joe tries to present himself as old Scranton Joe and crazy Uncle Joe and this affable type guy and act like he cares about the lower and middle class. But with respect to these economic numbers, I mean, as we've talked about frequently and as is reflected in numerous polls, people just don't feel it. Regardless of the numbers, people still feel like they are pinching pennies, like they are still trying to recover from COVID. They are still trying to get back to some sense of normalcy. And, you know, I think that there were some policy points in Joe Biden's speech that possibly resonated with a certain sector of America. But the fact remains is that you look at numbers, I think these numbers came out in January, where the poorest fifth of Americans are down 3.6% in disposable income. And I know that doesn't sound like much, but that's your kids' scouting dues. That's your kids' school lunches. That's a monthly date night with your spouse. By contrast, the wealthiest fifth of Americans gained 1.6% in disposable income, and I think that numbers like that are ultimately what's exacerbated in people's daily lives. That's what they feel.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. I had a couple thoughts. The whole purpose of doing the rebuttal is to create a great contrast. And I think you couldn't have created a better contrast for America tonight than Sarah Sanders against Joe Biden. The oldest president ever to give a State of the Union, 80 years old. At the beginning of the speech, he starts fumbling right away. Sarah was remarkably composed all the way throughout. He's 80. She's the youngest governor in America at 40. She's a woman. She talks to kitchen tables issues. She talked to moms. She talked with humility. She was, as we were talking here, I thought the word that Amanda used in our private conference was right on the money. She's relatable. Yeah. She doesn't feel like a plastic politician who's been in Washington 50 years. So I think the contrast was perfect for what the Republicans need to do today. Now, President Biden had a pretty good night. Let's be honest about it. That was a good speech because he can't win on any of the big issues. He's losing on every big issue. So what did he do? He picked some really tiny little kitchen table issues and tried to convince the middle Americans, even though you feel crappy and I've ruined this economy and this country's on the wrong direction and you're embarrassed by what I did in China, I still feel your pain. I bet you he'll get a few points bump in the polls. But here's going to be the problem. Everything he said tonight about his own record, Americans do not feel. He said the economy is getting better. Only 37% of Americans think he's doing a good job in the economy. 70% think the country's handling the wrong thing. He said, I'm tough on China. 60% of Americans said today they think he mishandled the China spy balloon. We can go through all of those things. Every one of the polls show that Joe Biden is not connecting with Americans on the issues that are ultimately going to decide the next election. But I think he scored some very important points on being sympathetic and empathetic on kitchen table issues, small issues.
He tried, but I want to get to some data points from Nucleus that we've been talking about. We've highlighted China and other issues. Let's stay with John and Amanda, and then we'll bring in Chad and Mark and Karen on this. But Amanda, opioids. Approve of Biden 30%, disapprove 70%. He spent a lot of time on that. We have a lot of people in this room who have lost family members, friends, neighbors here on Long Island to opioid abuse, to fentanyl, the crisis. He is underwater on that issue. And then on education, I don't want to lose. The numbers are bouncing around, but it's been roughly 50-50. You see now they're approved 53%, a little better for Biden, 47% disapprove. As Chad Wolf said earlier, Amanda, that was an issue that Democrats used to really rule on. And Sarah Sanders, we should not miss, made a serious point on policy, substance, on education. Amanda, you first, and we'll go around the horn.
Yeah, when he made those comments about 12 years that kids are in school, John knows, I've talked about this ad nauseum. He knows how I feel about public school system. I think one of the greatest mistakes we made as a nation was turning over the education of our kids to the federal government. But, school choice is something that Republicans have been championing with increased fervor the last 5 years or so, and I think it's wonderful. Look, with the opioid crisis, the sad situation is that's not a surprise that Joe Biden's underwater, because what the reality is that more and more Americans are being affected by this, and that's why you're seeing such drastic numbers on an issue like that, is because, like you highlighted, so many people in that audience, people here in this newsroom, people in our daily lives, they either have someone in their family or they know someone who has been affected by this, and it's devastating, and for all intents and purposes, this administration is not doing anything about that.
Yeah, you got it right. I'll say a couple things on China, because I think it's such an important issue. We have to remember and we have to remind the American people. In 2019, at the beginning of his campaign, Joe Biden looked into that camera and said, China is not our competition. They are not bad people. They're not our adversary. In another speech, he said, they're not our enemy. Americans remember that promise. And he can say how tough he is now. They haven't forgot that, and they saw how weak he was this week. It took him a week to shut down something that had intruded American sovereign airspace. I think China's a big issue into the fentanyl issue. So the more we educate the public that fentanyl starts with China precursor ingredients, the more Joe Biden looks even further weak on China issues.
No doubt. Great insight as always. John and Amanda, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll be watching you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, just the news, no noise. Chad Wolf, you've been itching to get in here. Jump in.
Yeah, look, the president talked about a number of crises, whether it was the economy, the energy, or the border crisis. These are all self-imposed crises. These are not crises that had to, we don't have to face them today. We're only in this pickle because of specific policy choices this administration, and now he's trying to take credit for actually trying to solve the things that he created at the end of the day. I love that Governor Sanders tackled the education issue head on. This is where Republicans are making progress because we have the right policies in play. We saw about school choice bills in Iowa recently. We're going to see more in other states around the country. I think we're taking that issue back because, again, more Americans are identifying this is the path forward.
Karen, you talk about homeschooling?
I do, and I talk about God and faith a lot, and I love that she's a woman of faith. I love that she brought God right into the equation, and she used Esther 4:14 for such a time as this, that we have to take our country back, and the time is now.
Mark?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, especially on the school choice issue that Chad mentioned and we've been discussing, this is also one of the most important issues in minority communities. They know that their children have been thrown under the bus, literally, because of poor public schooling. And so, as we are continuing to build with new communities and bring them over, there is no more important issue, aside from the economy, than school choice.
Education, big, bold policy proposals you talk about. You've got a number out there. It's on the screen, but talk about this. Text the word PULSE to 70107. That's so people can learn more about the America First Policy Institute. Talk about how important it is. We have people in this room saying, I'm fed up, but what do I do? How do I act?
Yeah, text that number, join the movement. This is where we put the rubber meets the road. I mean, we put out a 245-page book, 300 policy proposals. About 200 of them are at the federal level. There are probably about 150 to 200 or so that are at the state level, because that's where the education choice, that's where election integrity, all of these kinds of things. We're confronting China right now. We actually had Steve Yates, we had on earlier, was in South Dakota with Governor Noem talking about areas where the state can take on China, stop them from buying our agricultural land. I mean, we may not be able to get it done right now at the federal level, but we will definitely get it done at the state level.
I want to get to Hogan, but quick point.
It's a great point. That America First agenda, what we talk about is changing hearts and minds out there. And you got to do that, start at least with a set of policies that Americans identify with, and it puts their interests first. So everything that Mark said, it's what we're doing, and we do it every day.
Well, someone who's leading the fight for you on election integrity is Hogan Gidley. He served in the Trump White House with Governor Sanders. He has some real Americans. Before we hear from them, I do want to hear from them. Hogan, we have to get your quick reaction to Governor Sanders. What a speech.
I was just blown away. I thought she absolutely crushed it, kind of capturing the pulse of the American people. I know we have that as kind of one of our themes tonight, and she hit on the issues that I think a lot of people out there are concerned about, and the people we're going to talk to in just a minute also echoed that they thought her speech was right on, because it did address what so many families are facing out there. And you compare and contrast that with Joe Biden and what he was doing with the yelling and the style issue that he consistently has with kind of mumbling and rushing through speeches. She was calm, she was poised, but she also brought forth some serious policy solutions, talking about the America First agenda that is going to make her state kind of jumped to the top of the pile on education and other issues. I thought she did an incredible job tonight. The tone was right. The message was right. The content, really kind of drove home the point that what she's trying to focus on in Arkansas are the people of her state, and that Republican governance versus Democrat governance. She hit on those top lines. And one of the most poignant things I think that she talked about was right off the top, and I think John Solomon hit on it, and others have as well. And it is, she's the first female governor, the first woman governor of the state of Arkansas, but yet the left can't even define what a woman is. You're supposed to celebrate that, but yet you can't define it. I thought she was just picture perfect there. And it's interesting because what Sarah does so well is she does talk to real people all the time to help get her policy solutions and figure out the message she wants to deliver. That was obvious tonight. And here I am in the state of North Carolina, outside the Beltway. And I got to tell you, the wonderful, lovely ladies of Rutherford County take care of me so well every time I come here. I always get the dried apples. You don't understand. I make room in my bag to fly back with these dried apples. And I have multiple bags. I don't share them with anybody. I'm sorry. I'm an only child. I don't share them. They're my dried apples. You can't have any Chad. You can't have any Mark. They're just for me. So we'll talk about that when we get back to the office. But in the meantime, I have several people here with me. Bryson is a party chairman for the GOP here in the state of North Carolina in this county. One of the things that's interesting is you talk to a lot of folks here. You have a good pulse of what's going on. What is the main issue you hear amongst the people that kind of live and breathe and work in this county?
We have around 68,000 folks here in Rutherford County, roughly 20,000 and a little over registered Republican, and by far the greatest primary topic that I receive as party chair is the drug problem, the fentanyl problem, the crack cocaine, the meth. It is countrywide, and it is across our county. And I'll tell you, our sheriff has been in office since December, and we've had at least 20 drug busts since then. So I want to thank and commend our men and women in law enforcement, especially in Rutherford County.
Yeah, and you guys have a great sheriff. I met him earlier tonight. He's doing a great job so far. But also explain what you thought you heard from the president that addressed any of the problems you guys are seeing as it relates to drugs.
Nothing. Certainly the president did not get into any of the issues of protecting our border. Obviously, that is the primary way that the drug issue is coming into the country. I mean, that is the number one route. And he never touched on it.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of that from the room, but also I want to talk to Larry. You have been a school principal for 44 years. Now, I want you to tell me what you were looking for tonight in some of these speeches and what you actually heard, and then also talk about the American exceptionalism that you told me allowed you to succeed in this country like nowhere else possible.
Well, my disappointment with all that was said tonight is the word democracy. We are a representative republic, and for that many people in Washington, D.C., supposedly representing the people, don't realize that it's not mob rule. Right. It is representing us, the people, and we teach that in our public schools. Right. And I am a graduate of public school. I am the grandson raised since I was 12 years old because my mother and father passed away, and in rural West Virginia, all the way to South Carolina to North Carolina, and spent 40 years helping young people find out about what their opportunities are, and to see this many people in a room, and then to know that they're trying to divide this nation according to race and according to ethnicity. That's the race part, and then also the gender part. And he couldn't even say the letters LGBT. I mean, it's so disappointing.
What did you think about Sarah and her willingness to try and address and tackle the issue of education?
I wish I could have spoken it that well, even when you decided you're going to ask me a question, because what she said was right on par as to what we need. And we do need a good education for our children, but we also need, and you know, that man copied the fact that we have discussed with the president about education and about being able to have a trade. Well, so many things that he spoke were the ones from my president, the real one, I guess I can't say too much about that on this program, but the real one, and we discussed that with him when we had the opportunity to speak for him at one of the rallies that we were.
Talking about Donald Trump, I imagine. One more person I want to get in here, guys, before we go back to you. I had to bring in a pastor, in large measure because he's a Baptist pastor, and because Sarah's dad was a Baptist preacher before he became governor. And so just on that scale, we'll talk about the religion in just a bit, but one of the things she talked about was the culture war that we're fighting in this country. And she talked about being on the right side of that culture war, that it wasn't a fight that she or her side of the aisle picked, but it's one that they're willing to fight. They're not going to back down from that. Talk a little bit about that and what you're seeing in your church, from your congregation and from the pulpit, as it relates to those type of issues.
Absolutely, and I thought her putting of it, normal versus crazy, was exactly the way it should be put. It's not a fight that we sought. It's been thrust upon us, and I think that her wording was absolutely perfect. And as a good Baptist, she had to quote the book of Esther. It's for such a time as this that God has providentially placed us here, and it's a time for us to stand up and move.
And one more thing, at the local level, we're so focused at AFPI on making sure that people at the precinct level, the county level, get involved. And one way we've discovered that you can do that, probably one of the most easiest ways, to be on the school board. Talk a little bit about your involvement with the school board and how impactful that is for children, but also the community at large.
Absolutely. The reason I ran for school board is I wanted to be an encouragement and a blessing to our schools. We've got some great schools and teachers and administrators. I'm proud of what we have in our Rutherford County schools, but they need help. There's a lot of things coming from both Raleigh and Washington, D.C. that is really affecting teachers' ability to educate children in what is right and how to be a good citizen to become a lifelong learner. That's what education is about, is not to memorize facts, but to become a lifelong learner, and really D.C. is getting in the way of that.
It seems like the consensus here was right versus wrong, normal versus crazy. We saw a lot of that in these two speeches tonight. I think the American people got a real sense of where people stand on the issues based on what the leader of the free world had to say, what he addressed, what he didn't address, and then the rebuttal with Sarah Sanders, obviously a big hit with the folks here in the room. And so for me, getting out of the swamp is always a good thing. I got my apples.
Yeah.
In North Carolina. I got to come back to D.C. tomorrow, but I got to tell you, it's been, yeah.
Well, Hogan, I wanted to say great job, first of all, and please thank all those real American voices. But on the theme you were touching on that Sarah Sanders talked about, these dried apples, is this normal or crazy, the obsession?
Well, my obsession with these borders on crazy, but the apples here are exceptional, and it's very normal for me to come here and be treated so well, in large part because I was born in North Carolina, and they understand that. They're the only people that I'm around usually that don't talk funny. We all sound the same, so that's a good thing. So it's always nice to get out of the swamp and get to have some apples and some fellowship with some good folks who...
How do they try?
I can't tell you that.
Wait, but Hogan,
I can't tell you. I can't tell you that. Very secret.
Wait, I want to spend more time on this. Hang on.
Yeah, I think, if you have all these good friends, they're giving you all these apples. Mark told me that you will not share these apples, that he has been on the road with you.
Even with your friends.
And that no matter what, there are no apples for anybody else, no matter how many you have.
No. That's right. You're absolutely right. Look, I'm an only child. I don't share.
The only child.
Don't do it. I'm just kidding.
You're not being direct. You're not being direct with the American people, though.
I'll tell you.
You're not answering. You're being very vague.
Listen, you have one of these apples, you're never going to share them, ever. Just one. It's like a Lay's. You can't just eat one. I'm telling you, you're not going to share them. They're incredible.
Hang
People
on.
here are
Mark
great.
and Chad want to weigh in. Mark, you first. Hang on. We'll give you equal time.
North Carolina.
I was there. I didn't get any apples. Hogan had them all. But look, I love Hogan. We've traveled around the country together.
Yeah,
but clearly, it's apples first for Hogan, not America first. It's apples
not
first.
America first.
It's a strange conversation. I'm not weighing in on this one.
Hogan Gidley, all seriousness, thank those patriots. You did a great job for bringing those real American voices as part of our Pulse of the People. Great job. Let's get some more real American voices. Our man, David Zier, here on Long Island, has some real American voices. What are they saying about tonight and Sarah Sanders and Joe Biden?
Veronica Crowley of the Metropolitan Republican Club came all the way out from Manhattan to be here. And Veronica, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, David.
We've done a lot of exciting events at the Metropolitan Republican Club. So you were telling me a story earlier that really irritates you, right? The what hotel's involved?
The Watson Hotel in New York City. It was being used as a place for some of the migrants, and just recently there was 50 young men who refused to leave to go to a shelter in Brooklyn and to make room for women and children.
Yeah, so the Watson Hotel is an iconic hotel in Manhattan. It's not the most beautiful hotel, but they got a great pool on top. I've been there. It's one of the only hotels in the city that have a pool on top, right? So these people wanted $500 a night rooms, right? They wanted to enjoy the services of the hotel, the gym, the pool, and refused to go to Brooklyn. Is that what happened?
That's what happened. There was a bit of a standoff. There was a camp outside of the hotel for a while, and they just didn't want to go to
How does that make you feel? You're on 83rd and Lex in the city. I know you got a lot of crime coming in there. How does it all make you feel?
You know, I just wish that that the justice and the crime would be addressed in New York City, because it's pretty brutal.
Veronica, we look forward to doing a lot of events with you in the future, so thank you so much. And just to wrap it up, Steve Schmidt, Operations Director here at the America First Warehouse. What's going on, Steve?
Good evening, David.
Yeah, so what do you think about the speech in a nutshell? What happened tonight?
Okay, so Sarah Sanders did a great job. It was a brilliant, principled rebuttal, and she delivered it with grace. By contrast, the other guy, the head of the Biden family crime syndicate, there was a lot of anger there and desperation. That's how I would describe that. State of the Union in a nutshell, the Biden administration has done a lot to help the oligarchs in Ukraine, not so much to help the people in America. The United States of America, the State of the Union, USS America is listing 45 degrees.
Portside.
And we desperately need America First policies, principles, and leadership to straighten the ship, save America. Those principles and policies articulated by the America First Policy Institute.
Well, you heard it here, and there was a moment of levity when Sarah Huckabee came on in the room, right? It kind of lit up. So we had a great night here. I want to thank all the real American voices for taking part in the conversation.
Yeah, let's hear it for everybody here. Some of them have stayed a long time. We appreciate you being here. David's here. Nice job as always. Chad Wolf, why don't you help us wrap this up? Your organization did a great job of pulling these policy plans together, this big book that Mark has been touting all night. There's a number we had on the screen for people to text out. Talk about the call to action so that people can listen to. I mean, you could be inspired, as you said a little while ago, by a speech by Sarah Sanders.
Oh, absolutely.
What comes next?
Yeah. So if you like what you heard from Sarah and you want to get more involved, again, text Pulse to 70107. You'll learn more about the America First Policy Institute, but more importantly, you'll learn more about the policies that we're advocating for, developing both at the federal and state level, and can be a part of that great organization as well. And I think what, my takeaway from tonight is when you speak to the American people like a plain-spoken person, you're not trying to confuse your policies or trying to, kind of dress them up when you know they're failing. You just speak to them about policies they care about. That's going to resonate, and that's what we need more of.
Mark? Go back and watch Sarah's speech again, because we're not going to win the hearts and minds. We're not going to change anybody's mind by yelling, screaming, calling them names. But if we can talk to them like Sarah and give hope, like Sarah did tonight, I think we can change a lot of hearts and minds. Not for one election, but for a better future.
I want Karen in here too, but I want to follow up on Sarah, because I had another thought when you were saying, listen closer to what she said. She also said we need a new generation of Republican leaders.
did.
She worked for Donald Trump. She did not mention the name Trump. Well, I didn't hear it.
But she did when
she talked about Iraq,
Correct,
but
yes.
not about politics.
Yes.
I mean, when they went to Iraq together, I should say. Correct. I stand corrected. But on the new generation of Republican leaders, she was on a Sunday talk show a week or so ago, was asked, are you going to endorse Donald Trump? She said, I'm focused on being governor. Reasonable answer. But what is she talking about with a new generation of Republican leaders? What do you think?
Well, I think from my perspective, I think she's talking a little bit larger than the movement, than just one person.
Yeah.
Talking about the movement of where the Republican Party is going. and talking about that new generation and that new brand to take the Republican Party into new areas such as education policy, such as healthcare policy, two areas that have traditionally not been a strong suit for Republicans. So I took her words a little bit higher level than much broader than just one or
one
two
campaign, one candidate. On healthcare, I want to mention that. We haven't mentioned that yet, Chad. 63% approval for Joe Biden, 37% disapproval. We listed a long list of issues: guns, violent crime, opioids, a lot of issues. He's underwater, doing a horrible job. The border, as you know, China. But on healthcare, you focus on policy. Republicans are underwater on healthcare right now, 64 to 36 in Biden's favor. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's an area that we've got to improve on, right? I don't think that Republicans writ large have talked about that a lot over the past year or so. It's just not been an issue that we've focused on, and they've gained more ground on it. So just like education, I think you got to bring better ideas to the table. We're starting to do that, but we could certainly do better.
Mark?
Yeah, and when he was talking about healthcare, he's talking about those 90% issues. Who doesn't want lower the cost of insulin, or to defeat cancer, or to make hearing aids available without a prescription? Those are kind of like those just bread and butter. Throw it out there. No one's going to disagree with you.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a victory lap for him to be able to say, look what I did for you, and that's what that number reflects.
It's an easy play.
Yeah.
Karen, let's wrap this up talking. We've been talking a lot of policy. Let's you and I talk a little politics, because we've been talking about Carrie Lake going to Iowa. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been out there tweeting, saying, I just got off the phone with Donald Trump. Here's what he thinks on this. People say she wants to get on the short list. What about Sarah Sanders? Maybe not even for vice president. I'm not even saying this time. Sarah Sanders is a credible presidential candidate.
She is an incredible candidate. She's an incredible candidate in general. And the way she spoke tonight really resonated with a lot of people in our audience. I was looking at the chat. I was watching the reaction. And she was relatable. She was relatable. She was real. And she echoed so many of the sentiments that so many of us are thinking. Put God back in the equation. Worry about my kids. Worry about the issues that affect me. And most of all, worry about freedom, because we're losing it in this country.
She certainly did. It's about freedom, and that's what the policies. That's if you were to pick one thing that binds together, whether we're talking education and border, the economy, at the America First Policy Institute, it's about freedom.
Absolutely. It's freedom, faith, all of those. And I think she encapsulated that well. And it's what we do at AFPI every single day.
And I would say, as we've talked about, whether it's Sarah, whether it's the younger next generation that she had mentioned, the one thing I always say is that, look, I can't tell you who's going to be our nominee in 2024. I can tell you, though, that most likely a certain name won't be on the ballot in 2028 or 2032 or 2036. And if we are going to build this movement, we have to think beyond just the next 2 years or the next election and go, who's going to carry this movement? Who's going to carry his mission?
Well, regardless of the name on the ballot, it's going to be about America first. Are you for it or against it, right, as they used to say? Are you for it or against it? And Biden's against it. He's not for America first. 100%. He might be for China first.
Maybe China first.
All right. Karen and I will be here bright and early. We certainly want to thank Mark, Chad, Hogan, the entire team at the America First Policy Institute. They had an array of experts on almost every subject we talked about.
It was great, and they were just bouncing all over the place.
We appreciate the partnership.
Thank
and we
you.
wish you well, and we hope to do this again with you very soon. In the meantime, Karen and I will be back with you very soon. In fact, in maybe a few hours. 8 a.m. Eastern. If you're anywhere near where we are at the America First Warehouse, we will be at the Okanee East Diner tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern for American Sunrise. Until then, Patriots, you'll join in Informing America Foundation special with Terrence Bates right now. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Thank you for watching this Real America's Voice special report. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
On that. This was a president that when he ran in 2020 actually had the audacity to say China is not our adversary. He was clearly